blue check. Yakama. 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 Don't see no. Don't see no. You are confused. The love is too much. 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 Yakama. Yakama. Let's go. For the island of black. Navy blue check. Yakama. 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 Don't see no. Don't see no. You are confused. The love is too much. 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 Yakama. Yakama. Let's go. For the island of black. Navy blue check. Yakama. 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 Don't see no. Don't see no. You are confused. The love is too much. 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 Yakama. Yakama. Let's go. For the island of black. Navy blue check. Yakama. 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 Don't see no. Don't see no. You are confused. The love is too much. 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 Yakama. Yakama. Let's go. For the island of black. Navy blue check. Yakama. 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 Don't see no. Don't see no. You are confused. The love is too much. The love is too much. The love is too much.
Ọmọ Adéyẹmọ o, ìwọ náà kọ́ Olódùmarè ọba ní ìjọ lárugẹ.
Ẹ̀sẹ̀ mo dúpẹ́ o.
Sunday o.
Ẹ̀sẹ̀ mo dúpẹ́.
Máa gbọ́ o ti gbogbo olùwọ́n máa Adéyẹmọ o. Ó dé wọn mọ́lẹ̀ bákábáká wọn ò lè mí mọ́. O ti kó wọn láyà jẹ́ wọn ò lè sóge. Wọ́n ṣẹ̀rù bà wọ́n. Ọjà wọn láyà wọn ò lè mí fín mọ́. O ti fi ògbójú ńlá fọ́ igbá oró ní èyẹ dànù. Ọmọ Adéyẹmọ bá ní sọ pé ọ̀wọ́n gbà tiẹ̀. Ọmọ ọkọ lóògùn ọmọ àlè. Ìwọ náà bí bàbá dojú dé àṣìlù. Bí ọ̀bá ṣe sí ẹjẹ́ àfọ̀. Kí ni ń bẹ nínú ọ̀gán? Ọmọ Adéyẹmọ ti ń dún mọ̀wúrú. Bí ọ̀pani kọ́ pani. Bí ọ̀bá ní pani kó yé dún mọ̀wúrú mọ́ o. Sunday ọmọ Adéyẹmọ ó ti digi àlọ́ yìí yé ẹjẹ tọmọgámú ewé kókò tọ́ba lè bí ọmọ bẹ́ẹ̀ tọ́ba fẹ́ fọ̀yà kọ́ máa fọ̀yà pèrègèdè sangbọ́ọ̀rọ̀ máa fọ́ọ̀kù ẹni bá wọ́ bẹ́ ọmọ Adéyẹmọ ti digi àlọ́ yìí Sunday o ọmọ Adéyẹmọ Ìgbòho ṣà yé orí èrè àpilẹ̀ ọmọ Yorùbá àtàtà ọmọ ọkọ ní ó ṣeun bẹ́ẹ̀ lọmọ ọkọ ṣe ìwọ lọ́pàá Gàmbàrí nípa ìsìn Sunday ọmọ Adéyẹmọ ọ̀pá Gàmbàrí nípa ìsìn ọ̀pá Fúlàní nípa ọjọ́ ìfowópamọ́ ya onítọ̀ ọmọ Sunday Ìgbòho ṣà pẹ̀lú àwọn bàbá rẹ lọ òròlú ọmọ pẹ̀lú àwùjọ ọ̀lẹ́lẹ́ mo lẹ́nulẹ́ mo sùn lẹ́ẹ̀kan ọmọ ajá tó yàn jìyẹ́jì sí àwọn bàbá rẹ mi mo délùú mo dáhàrin òde wá di méjì bá rẹ ta àlọ́ méjì bá rẹ kí àgàdàrin ó di méjì bá rẹ gbẹ̀ndínlógún ó kan ńlá àárọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ní kókó olé wa sàgàdà ńlọ bí àwọn rẹ ọmọ gbọ́dọ̀ ọlọ́kọ̀ iná ń sowó akọ̀yìnṣẹ́ ọlọ́kọ̀ iná sì ìgbà lẹ́kẹ̀ ọmọ Adéyẹmọ yé Sunday Ìgbòho sàmà tó ogun ní iná ni lógun oògùn ní iná ni lógun oògùn ló ní ilé àárọ̀ oògùn ni wọ́n fi jagun jù yé bẹ́ẹ̀ ń jẹ́ bóògùn ọ̀jẹ̀ ẹjẹ́ nira wọn lóògùn ọ̀nà Sunday ọmọ Adéyẹmọ Ìgbòho sà lónìí ilẹ̀ Yorùbá gbòmìnira dandan ni wọ́n wá gbọ́ o àṣẹ ọlọ́dà yìí o ìlànà Olódùmarè ni wọ́n máa lò ọmọ Adéyẹmọ o dákun mọ́rù làwọn oníṣẹ́ ẹbí ẹ̀tọ́ kálukú má fi dùn wọ́n orí kálukú ló gbé ọdẹ kò tó dùn wọ́n á máa gbọ́ o gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá tàtà ẹni tẹ́wá lóye ẹja fọwọ́pọ̀ ká gbé ẹni tó lúwa fi sẹ́ ká gbé lárugẹ gidi ni ẹ̀mí jù ọ́ wọn ò dùn mí ẹjọ́ òrodò lọ sí ní bá méjì kọ́ o ẹni tó lúwa fi sẹ́rán ọgàtọ̀ sí ẹni tó fi ra wọn Sunday ọmọ Adéyẹmọ ló tiwa akọni tiwa akọni jagunjagun ọkùnrin tààrà gbọ́dọ̀ kẹlẹ ọmọ Adéyẹmọ wọn a máa gbọ́ wọn fẹ́ ṣàdúrà kan fún wọn ni ẹni tó bá ní kó ògùn ní kékeré kó máa fọwọ́ ara wọn síra wọn. wọ́n ní kàkọ́ máa ṣe ara rẹ̀ nípò dànù. ìmọ̀jú ìmọ̀jọ́ ìmọ̀jọ́ ìmọ̀jú ìmọ̀jú ìmọ̀jọ́ ìmọ̀jọ́ ìmọ̀jú ìmọ̀jú ìmọ̀jọ́ ìmọ̀jọ́ ìmọ̀jú ayóyè pè ní kó lọ́wọ́ ọ̀run gbá kékeré tó kékeré ìdáhọ́ inú ọmọ gbẹ̀yìn agbẹ̀dẹ òsì bàtàrí òní gbúrú odòkó tẹ̀ máa gbọ́ àwọn bàbá rẹ tó ti wà níbùgbé ìdájọ́ wọn máa fọwọ́ tì ọ́ gẹ́gẹ́ ni àwọn alágbára jagun tí wọ́n ní jagun ṣáájú ilẹ̀ Yorùbá wọ́n máa fi ọ́ tì ọ́ gẹ́gẹ́ ni kó Olúwa Ọlọ́fin Ọbàtálá Báṣọ̀run Àjàká Àjàngẹ̀tíẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹ̀fúnfọ̀fẹ́rí lánàfọ́kúnlá òun náà mẹ́rú ọmọdékùnrin sábà aborílá aborí kòkó alùpùpù àbá àgùdù ògèdèǹgbé ẹgbẹ́gbùngbùrù olè jẹ̀sà ṣàgó. Agbọ́nà sẹ́ńdọ̀ ọmọdé yẹn o ń bọ̀ ṣàkó tí mọ́ ògùn làyà wáyé náà ọmọdé yẹn Ìgbòho ìsàmbó ló ti ní pẹ̀tùpẹ̀tù tiẹ̀ ṣe ọ̀gbárùgbọ́ alárúgbó lọ́nù bọ́lọ̀ rẹ̀ jó ògùn làyà ọ̀sẹ̀ pé yẹn rí kẹ́ni ọmọ nílẹ̀ bàbá rẹ lọ òrùka tari gbàgbà kẹ́ni ọmọ nílẹ̀ bàbá rẹ lọ alárúgbó parúmọ́ Sunday ọmọdé yẹn ní oṣù lójú òde gbangba Sunday ọmọdé yẹn ó ti di kókóòdù ó ti wà lókè ẹni ẹbá ní ọjà kọ́kọ́ máa kú ni máa gbá o sórí má bẹ̀rù ọ̀tẹ̀ mọ́ òòrí ní gbogbo fùlùfùlù labalábá tí wọ́n ń dìbò lẹ́kùn Sunday ọmọdé yẹn Ìgbòho ọ̀sà òòrí bí wọ́n ti ń wọṣọ àkísà máa gbá o yẹ gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá àtàtà tó bá lóye akọ́dà ayé ọgbọ́ ọmọ Adéyẹmọ ní ẹja fọwọ́tì àti yìí débi tó lápẹ̀rẹ̀ ẹja fọ tẹ́lẹ̀ èmi ju ìwọ òdù mi kò lè gbé wa débi kankan fa akọ́dà ayé ọgbọ́ ẹja pàápọ̀ ká bí ẹni tó lu wá fi sẹ́ni lárugẹ ni ẹ máa bá oyin bọ́ yẹn sẹ́wọ́n máa fara oyin ni igi igbó sórí pọ̀ wọ́n dìgbẹ́ ẹ̀rí ni àwọn àgbàlagbà wọ́n ní bí orí bá dúró tọrùn inú ó dé ìwọ̀n tọ̀tọ̀ gan ni Sunday ọmọ Adéyẹmọ yé máa bá ọjọ́ òní ọjọ́ burúkú tó lápẹ̀rẹ̀ ni ṣùgbọ́n o àwọn tí wọ́n ṣerú ẹ̀ wọn ò lè mú jẹ́ ẹ̀ má ṣe pé ṣùgbọ́n nu rẹ̀ gbogbo ń tọ́ ọba tí pátápátá.
àtúnpadà bọ̀ ìmọ́lẹ̀ thank you.
àrò ọ̀rọ̀ mọ gbogbo ń tọ́ ọba tí àrò ọ̀rọ̀ mọ àwọn tó mú kọ́jọ́.
Koikimedia, we're bringing the world closer to your doorstep.
Koikimedia, 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 we bringing the world closer to your doorstep.
Koikimedia, 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 we bringing the world closer to your doorstep.
Àwọn sálára àgbà yìí dá. Àwa ló láṣà àti èdè gbígbédè lárugẹ nílẹ̀ Oòduà o àwa gangan ni bàbá.
Koikimedia, 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 we bringing the world closer to your doorstep.
They never sabi wetin we carry for her,
but e dey move closer before dem go sabi.
I said they never know wetin we carry for body.
But e dey move closer before dem go sabi.
Ọ̀kín lọ lọ́jà ẹyẹ ìníhùn ló ló lajú.
Ẹyẹ tó dorí kodò bí àdán ọgbẹ́jẹ lẹ́nu.
Ká ṣiṣẹ́ fún ilẹ̀ bàbá wa, ká ṣiṣẹ́ fún ìlú bàbá wa, ká jùmọ̀ sowọ́pọ̀ ká lè gbó dúdú àga.
Odùduwà kò bá lè gbé wa.
Ọmọ Odùduwà ṣègìrì ẹ dìde fún ẹ̀tọ́ adúláwọ̀ ká lè jọ jùmọ̀ gbé délẹ̀ ìlérí káwa lè gba ògo ilẹ̀ wa ká ṣiṣẹ́ ká lè jọ gbàdé ká lè gbàdé adé adúláwọ̀ àwa ní mọ̀lẹ̀ tí yóò tàn káàkiri.
Ọmọ Odùduwà ni wá.
Koikimedia àwa là ń gbé tó lárugẹ.
Ètò tó pọ̀jù owó tí wàá máa ní.
Kásá ẹgbẹ́ polówó ọjà wá kájé bùgbà yín jẹ.
Ètò tó pọ̀jù owó tí wàá máa ní.
À ń gbé tó lárugẹ à ń gbàsà lárugẹ.
Ètò tó pọ̀jù owó tí wàá máa ní.
News and sports ẹ máa rí gbọ́.
Ètò tó pọ̀jù owó tí wàá máa ní.
Ọmọ Ìjẹ̀bú alárẹ̀ mi ló ní kí n máa ké tantan. Koikimedia ọ̀rọ̀ lágbájúmọ̀ mi o máa bá ṣẹ̀rẹ̀ lọ o ọmọ Yorùbá nìyẹn, ọmọ Yorùbá tata o. à ń gbádùn rẹ ọmọ jẹ́fẹ́lẹ́ rẹ mi, ṣẹ́yìn ló máa fi dìbò tẹ̀ mọ́lẹ̀ o. ẹ̀yin lọ́mọ onígbò máa ń dé mádémádé, ẹ̀yin lọ́mọ onígbò máa wọ̀ o. Igbó máa wọ̀ tájòjì ò gbọ́dọ̀ wọ̀, àjòjì tó bá wọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ á tẹ̀lé ní ẹbọra. ẹ̀yin lọ máa náwó kóyìnbó tó dé, ìgbà tó yìnbó dé o, owó náà dẹ́ tún pọ̀ sí o. Koikimedia ṣàwa ní bàbá. Koikimedia àwọn ní bàbá.
Koikimedia àwọn ní bàbá.
Àdáńtọ́ àtúnpèrègèdè.
Koikimedia àwọn ní bàbá.
àwa là ń gbé tò lárugẹ, jẹ́ ká jọ gbọ́ o.
Koikimedia àwọn ní bàbá.
àtúnjàfẹ́tọ̀ ilẹ̀ wa, fẹ́tọ̀ ilẹ̀ Yorùbá.
Koikimedia àwọn ní bàbá.
ọmọ Òdùwà ni wá o, tọkàntọkàn.
Koikimedia àwọn ní bàbá.
ikú tí ó ṣe bí lébi òsì, àdìmú bàbá iyọ̀.
Koikimedia àwọn ní bàbá.
We bring you walk closer to your doorstep.
Koikimedia àwọn ní bàbá.
afẹ́fẹ́ tó ń fẹ́ o, tó ń kan kí oko lára ni.
Koikimedia àwọn ní bàbá.
àpèrègèdè Olódùmarè ló fún wa ṣe.
Koikimedia àwọn ní bàbá.
gbogbo ayé ẹ gbọ́, àwa ní bàbá o.
Koikimedia àwọn ní bàbá.
ẹ máa bọ̀ wá, ẹ gbé polówó ọjà yín wá o.
Koikimedia àwọn ní bàbá.
Òdúdú alágbèdá ní òtítọ́ lágbèdá ní.
Koikimedia àwọn ní bàbá.
a kì í sọ̀dálẹ̀, a kì í sóníkèéta.
Koikimedia àwọn ní bàbá.
àdúró tán a tún pèrègèdè.
Koikimedia àwọn ní bàbá.
Koikimedia we bring you walk closer to your doorstep.
àwọn ní bàbá.
Koikimedia is around.
To give us latest.
Is around o.
Give us latest.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Ẹ mú kalẹ̀ sílẹ̀, ẹ tẹ́tí ẹ gbọ́ ètò tó kojú gbogbo.
ladies and gentlemen,
Ẹ mú kalẹ̀ sílẹ̀, ẹ tẹ́tí ẹ gbọ́ ètò tó kojú gbogbo.
Koikimedia is around.
To give us latest.
Koikimedia.
Koikimedia, we're bringing the world closer to your doorstep.
Koikimedia. Koikimedia. Koikimedia, we bring it the world closer to your doorstep.
Koikimedia. 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 We bring the world closer to your doorstep.
Àwa sálára àgbà yìí dá, àwa ló láṣà àti èdè. Gbígbédè lárugẹ nílẹ̀ Oòduà o, àwa gangan ni bàbá.
Koikimedia. 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 We bring the world closer to your doorstep.
They never sabi wetin we carry for her.
But they move closer before they go sabi.
I said they never know wetin we carry for body.
But they move closer before they go sabi.
Ọ̀kín lọ lọ́jà ẹyẹ, kìnìún ló ló lajú.
Ẹyẹ tó torí kodò bí àdó ọ̀pẹ̀jẹ̀ lẹ́nu.
Ká ṣiṣẹ́ fún ilẹ̀ bàbá wa, ká ṣiṣẹ́ fún ìlú bàbá wa, ká jùmọ̀ sowọ́pọ̀ ká lè gbódùdúwà ga.
Odùduwà kò bá lè gbé wá.
ọmọ Odùduwà ṣègìrì, ẹ dìde fún ẹ̀tọ́ adúláwọ̀, ká lè jọ jùmọ̀ gbé délẹ̀ ìlérí, káwa lè gba ògo ilẹ̀ wa, ká ṣiṣẹ́ ká lè jọ gbàdé, ká lè gbàdé adé adúláwọ̀, àwa ní mọ̀lẹ̀ tí yóò tàn káàkiri.
Ọmọ Odùduwà ni wá.
Koikimedia, àwa là ń gbé tò lárugẹ.
Ètò tó pọ̀jù owó tí wàá mọ̀ ní
polówó ọjà wá kájé bùgbà yín jẹ.
ètò tó gbójú owó tiwa máa ní.
À ń gbé sò lárugẹ, à ń gbàsà lárugẹ.
ètò tó gbójú owó tiwa máa ní.
News and sports ẹ máa rí gbọ́.
ètò tó gbójú owó tiwa máa ní.
Ọmọ Ìjẹ̀bú alárẹ̀ mi ló ní kí n máa ké tantan. KOKIMEDIA ọlọ́lá gbajúmọ̀ mi o. Máa bá ṣẹ̀rẹ̀ lọ o. Ọmọ Yorùbá nìyẹn, ọmọ Yorùbá tata o. À ń gbádùn rẹ, ọmọ Ìjẹ̀bú alárẹ̀ mi. Ṣẹ́yìn ló máa fi dìbò tẹ̀ mọ́lẹ̀ o. Ẹ̀yin lọ́mọ onígbò máa ń dé máa dé. Ẹ̀yin lọ́mọ onígbò máa wọ̀ o. Igbó máa wọ̀ kájòjì ò gbọ́dọ̀ wọ̀. Àjòjì tó bá wọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ á tẹ̀lé ní ẹbọra. Ẹ̀yin lọ máa náwó kóyìnbó tó dé. Ìgbà tó yìnbó dé o, owó náà dẹ́ tún pọ̀ sí o. KOKIMEDIA ṣàwa ní bàbá. KOKIMEDIA àwọn ní bàbá.
KOKIMEDIA àwọn ní bàbá.
Àdáńtọ́ àtúnpèrègèdè.
KOKIMEDIA àwọn ní bàbá.
Àwa là ń gbé tò lárugẹ, jẹ́ ká jọ gbọ́ o.
KOKIMEDIA àwọn ní bàbá.
Àtúnjà fẹ́tọ̀ ilẹ̀ wa, fẹ́tọ̀ ilẹ̀ Yorùbá.
KOKIMEDIA àwọn ní bàbá.
Ọmọ Òdùwà ni wá o, tọkàntọkàn.
KOKIMEDIA àwọn ní bàbá.
Ikú tí ó ṣe bí lébi òsì, àdìmú bàbá yẹn. We bring you one closer.
Star Radio UK. It is the finest African and Caribbean radio station in London. I say shout out to, first and foremost, my producer, Mr. Archie, and all the rest of the team that are working round the clock. It is the Wednesday edition, and quite a lot to discuss this evening. First and foremost, I'd like to appreciate everyone that have joined us so far on the network and those that have joined us on the sister network. It is what it is, and it is going to be one of the most important discussion when it comes to Nigeria. Nigeria is a country that has a lot that we have to discuss about. So as we are getting ready, I say good evening and welcome to each and every one of you that have joined us once again on the sister broadcast as well. My name is OLAMILEKAN, and I'd like to appreciate my producer, Mr. Archie, Mr. Frank David, and the rest of the team that have joined as well around the globe. I want us to relax and first and foremost, focus right here because security is a very paramount one. Babatunde, shout out to you. To those of you that have joined us on the sister broadcast, I say good evening and welcome. Ijaya, to my beautiful mom, to my family. It is the Wednesday, and this is the first Wednesday. We couldn't join you last week because of the Muslim festival that was going on and some other commitment as well. Shout out to those of you, Comrade Plan B, and the rest of you that have joined us on the MixLR all the way from Ibadan. I've saw some of the military vehicle. A lot of movement is going on. Not too sure, maybe for the safety of Nigerians, but I can confirm that images are coming out from Ibadan, where the military have been moving some of their security personnel. So I will be telling you a little bit more of that. Oh, today's date is the 5th. Okay, thank you so much. We would work on that. Thank you so much. Yes, today's day is the 5th and not the 4th. Yesterday was the American Independence Day, but we are right here, and it is going to be a very fantastic show. Triple DRS, good evening to you, and welcome to each and every one. The GR1, good evening to you all, and welcome once again. My name is OLAMILEKAN, and this is the Star Radio UK network, and this is how we're going to be, discussing, a lot of activities, so much happening in Nigeria. Nigeria has got a lot of insecurity. I'll be telling you, what are the latest, security issue. Maize Gold, Sonky, still at Shoya. I won't say that yet. You know, definitely not. DZ123, good evening to you. Tony AJ, shout out to you on those in Belgium and those of you around the world as well. I don't know where to start from, but normally we do it this way when you tease the Wednesday. And, you know, just in case you're watching it for the first time, remember to follow us on all our social media handle on the Twitter. A lot of us are not on Twitter. I am not too sure why. You know, shout out to those of you, Remy Official. I can support you, my brother. Love you all too much. You know, Tony Zomania. Shout out to the Biafra. Shout out to Nigerians. Lola Olasukami and the rest of those that are working around the clock. Shout out to Nigerians because there's so much insecurity in Nigeria that if care is not taken, you could easily be kidnapped and then nobody knows where you are. Silver Gold, yes, I love that one when you say the king of the boys. Let me first do it this way. It is just exactly 10 minutes. We're going to be here throughout. I will open the phone line at some point. Some of you will be able to tell me what is the current security and can we say that the new service chiefs will be able to, you know, restore security back across Nigeria. I'll be talking about what Sherima, you know, I'm sure some of you have been following, you know, what they're saying to Bola Tinubu, you know, that the bandits, are they really bandits or are these criminals? You know, one of the imam that was kidnapped in Ondo State have been released. It was beaten. But Yerima said Bola Tinubu, the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, should consider amnesty program for the bandits in the northern part of Nigeria, just like the late President Umaru Yar'Adua did for the Niger Delta militant. I believe this is not me. Me, I don't believe. So don't bring this to me. But Yerima say, I believe that Nigerian military has the capacity to deal with the bandit, if so directed and given the resources and support and the political will. What is your take on that? But one thing is, this is called
Radio UK. This is Sound Radio UK. In your car, at home, on your smartphone. Broadcasting worldwide, online 24/7.
Shout out to you, Oduduwa has arrived, and welcome those of you, everyone settling. There's a lot to discuss tonight.
The best radio show. The best radio show.
And this is also, shout out to those of you. Who is Yerima? Yerima is the former, you know, governor of Zamfara State, and is begging Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the president of the Nigeria, the 16th president, to appeal to the bandits and say the bandits are just ignorant. You know, these are ignorant people, you know, but let's hear, some of you will know the name of the artist or remember the name of the artist rather. But if you know the name of this artist, can you help me to put it out there in the comment section?
Turn up my microphone.
Yay! How many of you remember the readings? Shout out, this is Star Radio UK. And welcome once again, Kule Shita. I cite you. Oh no! How many people remember the name of this artist or the name of this musician? Are we still suffering in Nigeria? Oh my Lord. At exactly 30 minutes past, you can turn it up if you're driving. My mother, my beautiful, beautiful mother, I shout out to you. Good evening and welcome. And also to all our beautiful sisters across the world. Mrs. Taiwo Kike, do you remember this? Oh no! Is everything scatter scatter? Are we still having a lot of poor man suffer? It seems that nobody knows the name of this artist. Who is this particular musician? Can you tell me? Who Ogundare Kunle? Ah, Men's God seems to be doing some copy. Oh no! When Amraba came to your house, what happened? Okay, go ahead. I need the full name of this musician. Larry Lamina is getting it right. Oh no, when Amraba come to your house, oh, it is called the Star Radio UK Network. My name is OLAMILEKAN. I say good evening and shout out to everyone out there. It is a very beautiful weather. It is 14 minutes past 1800 hours. Who remember this? Triple DRSA, the suffering by Abdul Karim. Who remember the name of this musician? Oh yeah, goes okay. Yes. Oh no. Which kind Amraba don't want money? Go ahead. It is called the Star Radio UK Network. It seems that so many of you know the name of this person. No, what's going on there? Mr. Kuleshita said Idris Abdul what? My question tonight is, Niger Boy says, can the service chief restore security back in Nigeria, or are we going to remain the same as the former sadists, the failed president? I mean, imagine the major general. I mean, I don't know why they called Buhari a major general. He's a failure. We should remove the major from him. Go ahead and let's hear the first track this evening. Oh no, it looks like Silver Gold is dancing out there. Who else is dancing? Everything is scatter. They went to a church that is called the Redeemed Christian Church of God in Ogun State. The pastor was killed. Oh my God, what is going on in Nigeria? I saw a lot of military security vehicles that have been moved in Ibadan. What is going on? Is it for the protection of lives and property, or should we be concerned again? How many of you are suffering? It is called the Niger Voices. Put the comment out there. The question tonight is, can the new service chief under the new President Bola Ahmed Tinubu restore security back to Nigeria? There's so many gunshots in the air. It looks like there's a gunshot in the air in the southeast part of Nigeria. Oh no! It is called Star Radio UK in London. The weather is just about almost 20 degrees. Can you see what is happening in Wimbledon? It looks like some people are protesting already. I saw that in Wimbledon today. Shout out to those of you around this evening. Bosa. When you hear the AK-47, you will know that this one is not a pump rifle. There's difference between pump rifle and AK-49. Shegun, good evening to you. Babatunde say Koiki is on fire. When I put on this outfit, you've got to know he's on fire. I say good evening and welcome once again to the network. I appreciate those of you. It looks like we are having let's see, not too sure. Let's see, since something is touching. Let me be sure that we are still on air. Yeah, we're still on air. Not too sure what happened there. Once again, to those of you on the I think we are still on air. I believe we're still on air. Yes, we are still on air. I guess we're still on air. Yeah, we're still on air. Yes, Ganiolo Yede say Idris Abdul Karim. This is what made Obasanjo sent him out of Nigeria. Really? Good evening to you, Archie. Good evening to you in Ghana, Frank. Good evening to all our presenters. And let's say one more time. Who did they lock in Abuja under the government of Buhari? DSS is still holding a lot of Nigerians, and the Boko Haram and the bandits are now moving around as if they own Nigeria. Good evening to you, Punshaw Frank. Good evening to you. Silver Go say, until I traveled out of Nigeria, then I realized that Nigerians are suffering. So if you don't travel out of Nigeria, you don't go know. Oh my God, what's going on in Nigeria? Keep your comment coming. I can read everything. Hey, yeah. Which kind of prison be that? Everything is scatter. Are we still having poor man suffering? Bosa. Gunshot in the hair. Maybe I should tell you the gunshot in the hair. Let's see if we can get the gunshot in the air. There was an attack at the Christian Redeemed Church of God. And this is becoming 1, 2, 3 attacks. Are you concerned? Are you worried? Let's hear these and ask ourselves. This is not the gunshot of individual, but these happen. I can't play the video, but I can play the soundtrack. These happened during the attack on Dr. Chief Sunday Igboho's house, a recording that was made after the attack by one of our sisters, Comrade Shalako Boroku. Let's listen to him. Let's listen to her rather. Oh my God. You can see the pool of blood. I can't show you that. But this was after the military invasion and assassination attempt on our own father, a man that wanted to rescue the Yoruba people. But the federal government of Nigeria attacked his residence. 2 innocent Yoruba men were killed by Osibajo and also Buhari. And after the attack, someone recorded these, and this recording has been kept. This is going to be the first time some of you are listening to this. This was what actually happened in narration before we actually talk about some of the other activities in Nigeria.
You can see the pool of blood. You can see how animals murdered human beings and dragged him. They murdered him while he was praying. They dragged him all the way from that pool of blood outside. This is what is happening live in Nigeria. And some stupid bitch, they are the fucking bastards.
Sorry for the swearing word there.
One Nigeria. Is this one Nigeria? Can you see? Can you see how they demolished the place? This is just 1% of what they have done. But because there's a pool of blood here, I'm forced to record this again. I know it's been out there for everyone to say. For all Yorubas, they are still calling for one Nigeria. I think you are happy with what you are saying. I think you are enjoying it. And you can throw a party over it. Some bastard, they fucking bastards.
Once again, sorry for the swear word there.
A Yoruba sons and daughters and are calling for one Nigeria. You can see the pool of blood in someone's house. If some people can come and bust into someone's house at 2 a.m. to take lives,
and this is the Nigeria of today,
to destroy people, to arm them, to destroy properties, to steal money and jewelries, to steal valuable things. You can see. This is Chief Sunday Igboho's house. You can see how they vandalized the whole place. You can see it. You can see the pool of blood. And I believe if you are really and truly Yoruba sons and daughters, it's time to do something.
Let's leave that, and that was a recording by Comrade Shola Kuboroku. Sorry, I think we are having, a bit of technical from our other network on the Facebook. I will probably leave that, not too sure why. There was an attack that took place as well. But my question tonight is based on the fact that so many Nigerians are living in fear. And I'm asking again, should we be concerned? Or should we say that the new security chiefs will be able to handle the situation? The new president have appointed new service chiefs, and as many Nigerians will be asking whether they will be able to take care of the capacity. Please do not call yet. We will take calls later on in just about a minute. Please do not call, but we will take calls in the due course later. Once again, my question to as many Nigerians is, do you think that the new service chiefs will be able to take care of the current state of situation in Nigeria? What is your take on that? They are fully been appointed. They've met with the president. What is your own expectation? What is your take when it comes to the new service chief? Do you think that they can deal with the insecurity in Nigeria? As many Nigerians can no longer go to the farm because of the insecurity in the land. I am concerned. I am worried because a lot of our loved ones, whether in the north, in the southeast, in the southwest, in the middle belt, are no longer safe to travel from one end to the other. So my question this evening at exactly 24 minutes past is, can the new service chief fix and restore security back to Nigeria? That is the question tonight that I am asking as many of you. And if you think so, just help to put the comment out there so that we can find out whether the new service chiefs are capable of returning what we can say security to Nigeria. A lot of Nigerians do not have security as we speak. But one thing we've got to remind ourselves is that the federal government of Nigeria under the new president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, must do whatever he can to secure Nigeria. Odudu, as Araba say, the army who raided IGBOHO's residence still working at large in Odogbo barracks at Moni Ibadan. Trust me, where are those men? Are the aliens? And like I said, I received some footages of the military movement today and yesterday. A lot of military movement in Nigeria. I'm not too sure why, but the only thing I can say is that there is a lot of movement going on, whether to readjust situation of things. Good evening to you, Frank, all the way in Dublin. Shout out to those of you in Nigeria. Keep the comment coming. I will be reading them out because what we are dealing with tonight, Peter said, Fela's song, Suffer, Suffer for World, Enjoy for Heaven. Should we be concerned? Can we say categorically that the new service chief under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu can deal with the problem, can fix and put and make sure Adebanjo to Makinde don't interfere in Afenifere leadership issues? That is our father, Ayo Adebanjo. I'm going to be telling you more about that. Do you think that Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, should listen to Yerima by asking for amnesty? Because Yerima is saying to Bola Tinubu, the president, to tamper justice, to take it easy with the situation when it comes to the bandits. Shout out to you, OLAMILEKAN. Triple DRS went further to say, is two things. If they have got family members who has been victims of insecurity in the country, they may likely perform, but if they don't, otherwise, nothing will change. Do you think that those on the ground, because we've always loved and respect the Nigerian security because they do perform very well outside Nigeria, do you think that the performance can be done with the new sheriff in town called Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? What is your take on that? Let's hear these. And then this happened last week, Friday. As we say, Bola Ahmed Tinubu has a lot on his table. Let's go first to Ogun State, where this attack took place in the church called the Redeemed Christian Church of God, where the Fulani terrorists invaded the church while they were having a night vigil, and eventually people got killed. Let's hear the voice. And eventually this individual is begging the governor of Ogun State, Dapo Abiodun. Thank you so much, Mr. Tiami Lukman. I'm doing very well. I'm very good. Thank you so much. Keep the message coming. There's a lot to discuss tonight, and I'm here to also look into all the activities. Let's hear one more from those that got attacked at the Redeemed Christian Church of God right inside Ogun State, southwest of Nigeria.
bullet lára lẹ̀. So bullet lẹ́wọ̀. So pastor tí wọ́n pa ní báyìí ẹjọ́ wọn ìgbà tí wọ́n lọ ibi ọ̀nà ọ̀dọ́ àṣewọlówó yẹn nígbà lọ. So dákun bá wa solution ṣe.
In case you don't understand what the message is pleading with Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the governor of Ogun State, remember that the Lai Mohammed, the former Minister of Information, told so much lies that there is nothing wrong in Nigeria when it comes to the insecurity. But should we now also say that the new president, we are still not clear how the security chiefs would handle the problem that so many Nigerians are facing today? Insecurity in the northeast Nigeria and beyond. Insecurity in the southwest and beyond. Insecurity in Nigeria. According to the NSA, they had meeting with Bola Ahmed Tinubu on Monday, if I am right, after all the festival, the engagement of the president from Ijebu to Abeokuta, from London to Paris. The president returned back to Nigeria, but went to Lagos. A lot of excitement. I saw the Lagosians all trooped out, about 120 vehicles that the president was driving. Some say that is not just the president, with also some of his other entourage. And you can see him there. Right there is the first meeting that President Bola Tinubu, the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, was having with his service chiefs. What was the outcome? We saw the former president, Muhammadu Buhari, a failure that could not protect Nigerians throughout his tenure. But one thing is, we will discuss all these on and if you're wondering where you are, it is called
Star Radio UK. This is Star Radio UK. This is Star Radio UK.
It is called the Star Radio UK. Okay. Sorry about that. I think I have two on at the same time. That is why there's an echo. Thank you so much for spotting that quickly, Babatunde. And what I should do then is I should migrate everything into one. Migrate everything into one so that you are listening from the Star Radio rather than listening from me. Thank you so much for pointing that. I didn't realize that myself, but now there should be everything in sequence because the mic was on the sister broadcast while the Star Radio mic was on as well. So can you let me know if everything is now sequenced? Everything should be sequenced now. Thank you so much for spotting that. Please, whenever we are live, if there's anything that needs to be adjusted, please do let us know because that is the only way we can know, especially those of you that are listening around the world. So can you please confirm if everything is now sequenced, which I believe we should be, especially now that there have been adjustment. Perfect now. Thank you so much. I'm not sure why others were not saying anything. Maybe they were just focused on the program. The topic tonight is focused on the new service chiefs. Do you think that they will restore security back to Nigeria so that Nigerians can go back to their farm? We have been saying that we need as many farmers so that we can feed ourselves. But what we have been witnessing during the 8 years of the failed general, Major General Muhammadu Buhari, he could not provide security to protect Nigerians. But now that Bola Ahmed Tinubu have now taken every opportunity, he wanted to be the president. He's now the president. Èmi ló kàn, bàbá èmi ló kàn, èmi ló kàn, bàbá èmi ló kàn. Now that Bola Tinubu is the president, do we say that there will be no more attack like we saw in Owo massacre? Are we saying that there will be less attack in the southeast? There will be less attack in the northeast? Mrs. Florence, what happened to the kidnappers? They caught, nothing said about them. It is all about show off with the new service chiefs. I don't think nothing can be done. Thank you so much, Julia Tosi. Mr. Funshaw Babatunde, I don't care if Nigeria become paradise tomorrow. I won't trade Yoruba nation for it. Triple DRS, thank you so much. Keep the comment coming. At exactly 7 p.m., I would allow you to call in. The question where are they asked, make us speak the language where our people, they understand. Oh. My question tonight be say, share the new service chief, the military, the DSS, the NSA, the Naval, the Air Force, the Custom, the Guguru Defense, the Amotekun, they in a thing say they feel make restore peace for security inside Nigeria. If you think so, I beg, help me write them down. Because tonight, we dey look into all this wahala, we not allow our people move from point A to B. If you want to go southeast, na wahala. If you dey go Sokoto, na problem. If you dey go Kaduna, na problem. And also, Ribadu is telling us after the meeting where they have with Bola Tinubu, the president, what Tinubu told us in our median meeting, and that is why the meeting was held. It was closed door, just as Buhari had so many meetings with Buratai, so many meetings with every single one of them. Do you think, say, everything go line up?
This is Star Radio K. In your car, at work, at home, on your smartphone. Broadcasting worldwide, online 24/7.
Ike Uzo say no because of their agenda. I bet make una help me write them down because I no want go. Make una come say, you no tell us wetin you dey ask us. The question where they ask una be say, Che Buhari DG75, DG_75. I greet you very well. Ola Demolami, I greet you very well. Ola Sojide, I greet you very well. Abdul Latifu, I greet you very well. I greet every person where they on Instagram. Oh, because tonight we dey discuss about security. Because on Star Radio UK, we like to discuss security. Because security, any country where no get security na wahala. Oh. I can't dey ask tonight. Say Bola Ahmed Tinubu go fit put security back. Maybe we listen to this final part of Jaga Jaga. Do you think say Nigeria is still Jaga Jaga? Abi it never Jaga Jaga? Are we still having as many of Nigeria they suffer? I greet everyone. According to Adeshina, say monetary aspect of the governances is what is all about. No be me talk about say Nigeria Jaga Jaga. This one during Obasanjo time by Idris Abdul Karim. Now he talk say Nigeria Jaga Jaga. Oh. Do you think that the Nigerian security chief, waiting they tell Nuru Ribadu, we go hear him very soon. I say Nuru Ribadu say what Tinubu told us in our meeting is all about the security of Nigeria. Oh. Shout out to all our listeners around the world and welcome to the Star Radio UK network, Niger Voices, every Wednesday from 6 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. I greet you if they would listen to me from Southeast. I hear a lot of bomb in Southeast. What thing they happen for Southeast? Adeshina Adeyemo under Bishop say Tinubu effort of Nigeria is just a delay tactics. 7 people with command authority cannot settle what is on ground. Little cannot escape it the more. Do you think say the naval ship where China bring? Why they bring naval ship come Nigeria? Oh? Are we sure that we dey grow? Let me say what Ribadu told us after the meeting. He gave us the assurance, like the video, assurance that is with us 100%. What Last Brown say, Ile Agbon, no be me talk am o. Mo kí gbogbo yín pé ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò. At exactly almost 8 o'clock, we go talk about everything called Yoruba Nation. Because also, Dupe Onitiri, she's trying to bring what we call some machinery to destroy the Yoruba territory. I'll be telling you everything. Please stay tuned until 8 o'clock. Are we sure we are growing? Let's move swiftly because of the time constraint. It's exactly 20 minutes before 7 p.m. At exactly 1900 hours, I'll be taking your calls. You will also be able to tell me whether Nigeria is still jaga jaga. Samuel Afolabi say, it is jaga jaga, oh, it continue. Wow. Ike Uzo say, how will Tinubu remove all those social repentant Boko Haram? I almost forgot that we have repentant Boko Haram. God Last Brown say, Dupe Madaru, comfort, delay, Okiyi say, assurance my food. Assurance, like Davido. Assurance. Let's read quickly. This was the meeting that was held on the, this week, and this is the outcome. He gave us assurance that he is with us 100%. He told us that we must work as a team and that there is work to be done. He will expect us to deliver like the DHL and the FedEx. We are grateful for the opportunity. That is why we are here, according to Niru Ribadu, the new NSA. President Bola Tinubu on Monday this week had a meeting with his new service chiefs and the most important one, the National Security Advisor, Nuru Ribadu. Nuru Ribadu was the former chairman of the EFCC with a marching order to secure Nigeria. Bola Tinubu wants Nuru Ribadu and all the service chiefs to secure Nigeria. Do you think that they can secure Nigeria? So that Nigerians can move from point A to B, so that Nigeria can be a safe place. At 8 o'clock, I'll be telling you the plan of Dupe Onitiri, Ijile Marcos, Wale Ali, and a young man called Jimmy Goat, and likewise Ajekalerun. All of these individuals that I mentioned, I am informing the British authority in advance that should there be any chaos under any name called Yoruba Nation, it has nothing to do with our own movement, because they are now trying to become like the bandit, because it is only the bandit that is killing Nigeria. We want a Yoruba Nation, but we do not want a Yoruba Nation that is going to be killing innocent Nigerians or the indigenous people. So at 8 o'clock, I will be addressing the British authority that we have Wale Ali here in United Kingdom. Should anything happen in Yoruba territory, he must be held responsible. The same goes to the United States of America. I'll be addressing Joe Biden to make sure that should anybody start firing and killing innocent Yoruba people, because they've attempted that before after they wanted to invade Amuludun. Make sure you stay tuned. I will be addressing the security agency around the world to keep an eye on Ijile Marcos operating from Turkey. I'll be speaking directly to the Turkish authority that we are not involved in any sort of an attack on the Nigerian territory under the new president. Yes, we want a Yoruba nation, but we are not attacking the military. We are not attacking the security. But it seems that the new agenda by Ijile that is operating under a YouTube name called Ijile Marcos and Wale Ali that is here in United Kingdom. And there's another one called, Jimmy that is operating from America, and Ajekale. All these are meant to be put on what we call checking, because should there bring any external forces that are going to try to destabilize the Yoruba territory, we are not involved, because I am one of those that are operating as a right to self-determination campaigner media, which is allowed under the international law, which is allowed under the 1960, 1514 messages that came out, 1514 resolution rather, that was put together, in 1960. It's called the 1514 resolution. We are operating at that. We are not operating to destroy Nigeria by using African that are going to be brought in. And also, a man called Said, also called Omobota, is involved in all this atrocity. They are planning to bring about 50 to 100, according to intelligence. So at 8 o'clock, I will be officially addressing the British authority and the American authority so that they have this on record that should such happen, they must hold them responsible because we are not non-violent movement and we remain a non-violent movement. So that is about that. Let's come back again to the conversation. Nuru Ribadu is telling us that President Bola Tinubu on Monday told them at a meeting that was held at the State House Abuja, where the new Chief of Defense Staff, Christopher Musa, a Major General Chief of Army Staff, Khalid Lagbaja, a Major General Chief of Naval Staff, Emmanuel Ogala, a Rear Admiral Chief of Air Staff, Hassan Abubakar, an Air Marshal, and also the new Acting Inspector General of Police, known as Kayode Egbetokun. They were all appointed just before Tinubu traveled to Global Summit in Paris on the 19th of June, briefing the State House correspondent at the end of the meeting, which was commenced at about 3 p.m. local time, 1500 hours. Mr. Ribadu said the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu asked them to work as a team to accomplish the task of keeping the country secure. My question tonight is, do you think that this can happen? Do you think that they can keep Nigeria secure as many Nigerians are concerned? Maze Go, thank you so much. Okay, you also went further to say Ishola is also in the United Kingdom. Oduduwa's arrived. It is not Yoruba nation. They are all under Ominira 2022, and their plan is to bring in, we don't know which of the African countries, but the work is already ongoing, and they're planning to bring them in about some around 50. They will be shooting sporadically, and they might end up killing as many people, and that will mean that, we will get all the full name. Sahid, I believe I will get this full name in just about a few minutes, but if anybody knows the full name of Jimmy Goat, please, I need those names so that I will be mentioning each of those names during my broadcast at exactly 8 o'clock. Now, let's come back again. We were here to thank Mr. President also. Every time everybody is thanking the President. The question tonight is, can we have a secure Nigeria under the new service chief? Shout out to you all the way in Miami. Aziz, a very good evening to you from here in London, and good afternoon to you on the other side of the globe. Julia Thompson said, if Tinubu make Nigeria good, may they arrest me. Will they play with our upcoming generation future? Alex Mamu, good day to you as well, and welcome to the broadcast as well. Yoruba Nation is non-negotiable, and exactly 8 o'clock, I'll be telling you everything we need to know. And I believe, if I'm right, that our leader, the self-determination leader, Professor Adebanji Akintoye, will be addressing the Yorubas later on the Yoruba World Media, later on at about 8 o'clock. If we can pick the transmission, I'll be doing so as well. Mrs. Teresa sent a very big love. I love that. I am taking it. Thank you so much. Keep your comment coming. At 12 minutes, I will open the phone line. I want to go back again. We are still discussing the insecurity in Nigeria. There's a lot of insecurity happening. My question is that tackle insecurity, sign MBP, writers to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The writers under the body of poet and playwright, editor, easy novelist, Pen Nigeria has called President Bola Ahmed Tinubu-led administration to tackle the spark of insecurity in the country. This is the plea that the current National Assembly signed the National Book Policy meant to care for the interest of stakeholders in the book industry. In a statement that was signed by the President Nigerian Center of Pen International, Pen Nigeria, Olu Agio, and the Secretary, Daga Tola, Pen Nigeria noted, with the new regime headed by Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the Nigerian Center of Pen International, aka Pen Nigeria, a worldwide association of writers feels obligated to articulate the anxieties of over 200 million Nigerians over the palpable air of insecurity compounded by multidimensional poverty across the length and breadth of the country. Given the rise wave of terror attacks, a trip across the country now seems to be like playing Russia roulette. This has made it extremely difficult for us writers. So, as many people have been affected when it comes to the insecurity in the land, people that wants to travel from Sokoto to Plateau State, from Plateau State to coming down to the southeast, it seems that it is becoming very, very difficult. So tonight, Omobolaji Abdullahi say, good evening, Gbogbo Ile Adebanjo Sunday. I welcome you to the program. Also, can Bola Tinubu protect all the farmers? Again, when it comes to insecurity, my question is, don't urge Tinubu to address the food insecurity. How is the president going to address this? Adeniyi Adejubril, good evening and welcome to the live transmission. My name again is OLAMILEKAN, and as we continue to review all the messages as well, keep them coming and I'll be reading them out. Okay, it seems that we have some names there. Thank you so much for giving us those names, and let's get those names out. Ogunjimi Marcos is one of the names that we're going to be talking to directly, so that will be on record on our network here on the Star Radio UK, because even though they have the alias, but we want to call them by their name, and he's bearing Ijile Marcos on the, or Ijile FM on the YouTube and the other social media network. Also, we have Wale Ali. Wale Ali is operating here from UK, where he's based, and we will be addressing the United Kingdom security apparatus. Also, Jimmy Saheed. We have Jimmy. Maybe if you can get us the full name, it will be something nice. Saheed Ishola. Also, I need the full name of Saheed. If you have it, please send it to us. Ronke. Also, there's someone called Ronke Olori. Olotiti. That's another name that we will be referencing to later on tonight during my address to the security across the world. Monimola Ramon, aka Shoya Koribe. So she's also going to be mentioned tonight as well. Also Florence Ajakale, or called Ajakale. We're also going to be bringing her name out tonight at exactly 8 p.m. when I will be addressing the security around the world. That these are individuals that are trying to bring Ayo Brown. She's based in Dublin. Ayo Brown would also be mentioned. Thank you so much. Ayo Brown she's in Dublin, and I believe she's working with the NHS in Dublin as either a nurse or midwife or whatever she's doing right there. Also, Dupe Onitiri, yes, she's the leader of the Ominira, not the Yoruba nation. So Dupe Onitiri, we brought her here around June on the Star Radio UK, but only for us to realize that she's not who we thought she is. So again, thank you so much. Sunshine Forever, Majek. Good evening to you and welcome to the live transmission. So all these individuals will be mentioned in the due course at exactly. So Monimola Rahman, that is Soya Koribe, that is her full name. Moninu Ola Rahman, aka Soya Koribe, aka Soya Koribe, operating under that alias on the Facebook and YouTube. So thank you so much so far. Adebanjo Sunday say the Zoo Nigerian government removed wanted from our freedom fighter in Yoruba land. Sunday Adeyemo Igboho now is not a Fulani. Moninu, okay? Moninu. Thank you so much. Oduduwa is all right. So I will be addressing all these. Stay tuned at exactly 8 o'clock when I will be making this address, to United Nations, European Union, and as many other security agencies around the world. Lekan exclusive, thank you so much, my cousin, all the way in Lagos. I hope the family is doing very well. Shout out to you. And also, Delipi, say good evening to you. Omidi Gold, I appreciate you for joining. Mark, thank you for joining. If I haven't mentioned your name, I say good evening to you. And this is the Star Radio UK Network. I know a lot of you have different businesses that you operate in Nigeria. Are you concerned about the security? In the next 5 minutes, I will allow you to call into the program and you can share your own concern when it comes to the insecurity as well. Thank you so much for those of you that have given us those names. And if there's any more names, please send them to me. I will be picking that along the line as well. Let's go back to food security. Food security is a threat in any part of the world. As we speak right now, the war going on between Russia and Ukraine is creating a lot of food security because the percentage of the wheat that we are using around the world, if you don't know, is coming from Ukraine. I've told you, that Nigeria also import good amount in percentage of wheat all the way from the Ukraine and Russia. And that literally means that the Black Sea, as we speak right now, is on a lot of distress because of the insecurity happening around that area. So let's look at the amount of wheat. I want you to take note of this breakdown. Nigeria imports a value of $3.32 billion of wheat into Nigeria. And we know that we can use wheat for so many things, as we all understand. The percentage is about 5.38%. And when we look at the countries where this importation is coming from, let's take a look at Latvia. Nigeria imports, the tune of $508 million of wheat from Latvia. That's about 15.3%. From Russia, we also import $493 million worth of wheat. That's about 14.9%. Again, we also in Ukraine. At the moment, Ukraine is at war with Russia. And that literally means that Russia is blocking the Black Sea from allowing Ukraine to sell their grains. Nigeria buys to the tune of $490 million of wheat from Ukraine. That's about 14.8%. But what is this organization telling Bola Tinubu? The President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has been urged to use research and modern. Let's go back again to that. I think we lost that. Once again, good evening and welcome to the Star Radio UK Network. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has now been urged to use research and the modern technology techniques to provide solutions to challenges of poverty, food insecurity, and others plaguing the country. The reason why we have a lot of food insecurity in Nigeria is nothing more than the fact that these terrorists, whether they are the Boko Haram, some of you call them the bandits, the ISIS, there are so many insecurity and they are destroying farms that is meant to produce food to Nigeria. So I have a friend, almost 4 years ago, he has actually abandoned his farm. How many of you have a farm project that you have abandoned? Odudu has arrived, say, I think Dukwa Onitiri is going back to the 1966 when General Yakubu Gowon paid machineries with the oil money to quash the bite of the Biafran war. Thank you so much, Odudu has arrived. How many of you have somebody that was doing farming business, but they stopped because of the activities of the security by the Fulani terrorists? How many of you? Because a lot of us wanted to, go into farming. But after the spark of attack by the terrorists, so many people abandoned the project. That was what led, Dr. Chief Sunday IGBOHO to come out to defend his people after so many attacks by the Fulani terrorists. And maybe I should remind you by showing you, let's see if we can get, there was a video by the BBC in Nigeria that showed us a man that had his 2 hands cut off. How many of you remember that video? I hope I can find that video to remind us as many of the atrocity that is still going on in Nigeria today. So many Yoruba people, Igbo people, Kanuri, the Southeast, the Hausa, many people are affected by the insecurity in Nigeria. My question then is, do you think that the new service chiefs will be able to restore security back to every part of the 191 local government in the Southwest? When we talk about the Southwest, we talk about Kwara State, Ogi State, Ekiti State, Oyo State, Ondo State, Osun State, Ogun State, Lagos State. We have in total almost 191 local government. But when we calculate all the local government in Nigeria, we have approximately 774 local government in Nigeria. Do you think that the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu will be able to bring back what we called the peace that have left Nigerians by not going to the farm? So many Nigerians would love to become farmers, even if it's just in a small scale. But because of the spark of the insecurity, such is not happening. Let's take our first caller on the program tonight on the Star Radio UK network. And I say good evening and welcome to the Star Radio UK caller.
Hello.
Good evening and welcome, sir.
Yeah, Akusha.
How are you?
All right. Now, I think that we are overscaling Nigeria by even talking about food security, what they can do. Nigeria as a government have no business in Nigeria. That's
all right, bear with you. Okay, it's back.
They did not have.
I think it's the network from his location, but that's a distance call all the way from Nigeria.
Hello?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Hello?
We can still hear you. Go ahead. Yes.
Okay, so I'm saying that I think we are overscaling Nigeria by talking about food security and what can they do. Nigeria government has business in the Nigerians. They don't have, it is Nigerians that is feeding themselves. And look at all the Ministry of Agriculture, state and federal, they did not have common one poultry, not to talk of plantation farm. Their agricultural reserve and research centers and anything where they are doing nothing. There is no any research that they are actually. There is no any research they are actually doing. So talking about food security is completely evil. Trying to put Nigeria government. They have no business. They are not doing. They don't even know what is food security. When we begin to talk about that, we are just overscaling them. Because it is farmer in the rural area farming and producing food without any support of government. Many of them go to borrow loan from banks or microfinances to plant and to sell without any government interest or assistance. Now, the terrorists is now affecting them. All of them have abandoned farm. Everybody now sitting at home. And we are talking about food security. To who? To who? To the helpless citizen who farm and produce and sell? Or to government who have a business in production of food? Who are we talking about food security about? The government of Nigeria have not, they don't even know what we are talking about. It is we, the individual, that knows what we should do about food security. And that food security is not in our hands if the insurgent, the security of life is not dealt with, because that is the major problem now. The security of life. They are entering into the bush, killing the farmers. You can remember what happened in Maiduguri when farmers were beheaded in their farms. Farmers were lie down and they were beheaded in their farm. What did the Nigerian government do? Look at the statement of Ministry of the spokesman of Buhari that time. He said, what did they go to do in the farm? Look at that. That is his comment. The spokesman of Buhari that time, he said, he's blaming the dead, the farmer, for going to farm to produce food, which is their livelihood and their business. He's blaming them with their own responsibility as government to protect lives and property. They failed in that and he's blaming the dead. He said, what did they go and do in their farm? And now we are talking about food security to who? To who? Is it to the government who doesn't understand what is security pockets of the food? Or to the individual who is the one that generates? Naturally in Nigeria, as a Nigerian citizen, you produce everything for yourself. You produce your water by yourself. Government doesn't produce water. To build your own house by yourself, Nigerian government doesn't build houses. So landlords, that's why they call that, they use that language, landlords. Now, to produce your own electricity, everybody have generator, including the lowest face me and face you. You will see all of them bad generators at the back of their windows, and this thing have adverse effect, emitting carbon dioxide. And they were living like that. In the night, everywhere will be noisy. This one will be blowing, so this one, there is no light. And yet, the Nigeria Electric Service, NEPA or whatever they call it, will still come and bring bill for you to pay for darkness. At this stage in Nigeria, there is no prepaid metering. Only few, only fast. Because I imagine, if I have in my house, but I'm imagining, supposing I'm in the house of those who did not have, because that is the majority of people outside. They bring this estimated bill, and they send some they don't even have paper to bring bill. They will send it as SMS to them. Ridiculous amount of money to pay for giving them darkness. And yet, they say it's Nigeria giving Benin light, and Benin has consistent light. So it is not the resources that is the problem. It is this human factor, cankerworm, the interest, the wickedness that we have for ourselves. That is what brings that insurgency itself. And the insecurity.
So if I may ask now, we have the new service chiefs. What do you think the new service chiefs can put in place, to support, the farmers, the logistics? There's a lot of logistics that travel because Nigeria doesn't have the good rail network. So that means almost every goods goes on the road. I've been seeing some movement of the military in Ibadan. Yes.
Yes. Because I'm on the program, so I'm watching you directly from my system. When you asked that question, I was laughing. And I put out that question. What will 7 people with command authority do with what is on ground in this country?
Well, they have a lot of different. They have so many units under them. I mean, each of the formation of this military, navy, air force, police. They have numbers of people that are working for them across the country.
Koiki. All this Nigerian security architecture, including custom, immigration, and all that, gather all of them together. Did they have more than 1 million personnel officials. If you line them up, can you count 1 million? All of them together.
No, I know. They are less than 1 million. Definitely.
They are less than 1 million. Now, in this situation that is grand in Nigeria now is beyond insurgency. This is the lie of the government. What is happening in Nigeria is not in insurgency. The mafia have said it, that there is ethnic cleansing going on in Nigeria. And this is a cold war. This is a cold war. Nigeria is in war. Nigeria is fighting war. And the earlier you understand that, the better. The retired chief of army staff in Benue came out boldly and told these people that don't rely on Nigerian armed forces. If you rely on them, you will all be killed. My brother, what signal do you want more than that? Malafia spoke and said they have evidence.
But is it not because we have
Boko Haram confessed to them and mentioned name of a sitting governor in the north sponsoring this thing. And we thought that what we are going through is a joke. Tinubu is just here to manage and mend the system. It cannot resolve the system. And that's why I say it's a waste of time. If Tinubu really want to work, I mean, his first step in office, what he did, they are all mistake. I don't know who is advising him. Increasing, devaluing naira, increasing fuel price and all that, because you need money, and yes, you want to solve insecurity. No, you can't. You have already destroyed what you want to create. The people are already in pain. Then you increase the pain and say you want to treat them. No, nobody will leave his body for you to treat. You want to treat me, and you've already eat me or increase my pain, and yes, you now come and say, oh yeah, now lie down. Let me now treat you. I will not accept it. If a nurse did that to you, you will even allow him to inject you any injection. So he has taken a wrong step coming in because his mindset is on money, income, and he has done with that. He has created a structure for the making of the money, and he has already shared the money by increasing his salary, increasing the salary of the assemblies of all those parliament and everything. And the people at the ground, which the burdens of all these things is upon, you leave them with nothing, impoverished, and now you want to handle insecurity. Insecurity of what? He is afraid of his own life because he is like one man among, he's like one rich man among 10 poor people. So when one rich man is among 10 poor people, his life will be in danger. And that's the reason he's looking at security, because the Nigerian mentality about security is all about a man with uniform and with gun. Security is beyond physical weapon. Security is intelligence. Look at developed world. The police doesn't carry weapon up and down. The police doesn't carry weapon up and down. But there is satellite watch. At this age, Nigeria did not have satellite, a camera watching. Look at what happened in Lekki Toll Gate. From America, CNN came reporting what happened, pointing exact time Nigerian military leave the base, exact time Nigerian military get to the toll gate, exact time Nigerian military started shooting, showing them the footage. Nigeria never thought that would be possible. And that is just a private company. Private company. Mother, let me stop there.
All right, thank you so much.
All those things they are parading, all those things they are parading, it's just a game. Right. They will do nothing just the way the former regime paraded and do nothing. You will get to police station, you can't even see a computer. In police station, at this age, you can't even see a computer where you can get a database of maybe the people in prison or people that came bring case. Or you can't.
the first caller, and he has given us, the first go off into the conversation. We are still discussing the insecurity. At 8 o'clock, I will be making some address to the security operatives around the world regarding the latest intelligence that came on to us from the leader of those in support of Ominira that they call 2022. Their plan to bring in machineries, a lot of names we have here. Duke Onitiri is the leader of that particular group. Ogunjimi Marcos under aka Ijile Marcos FM. Wale Ali operating from the United Kingdom. Ayo Brown from Dublin. Jimmy operating from America. Sahid operating from Nigeria called Sahid Omobota. Moni Nuola Rahman aka Shoe Koribe operating from Manchester. Runke Olori Ulotiti. Florence Ajekaye. All these are those names I'll be mentioning out during that conversation so that the United Kingdom, the MI5 and all the security agencies around the world knows that we, under the leadership of Professor Banji Akintoye, are not in any way bringing in those machineries by the time they start this political fighting and killings of so many innocent people because of their interim government that they are trying to bring. You can call in as well into the program. The number to call is WhatsApp plus 44 74 04 4059 17. 774 local government in Nigeria. Do you think that the federal government of Nigeria can literally bring a kind of normality, peace into Nigeria? Let me say good evening to you, Chibuzo Eze. Welcome to the program. Jane Stephen, good evening to you. Adebayo Adeyemi, good evening to you. Mrs. Ronke Ajibade, Mr. Ofunuga, thank you so much. Wahab Morufu, Ayo Paparazzi, Godwin John Aja, Eze Olawale, Olale Konlawale, and also to my cousin Walata, also Ganil Abiodun, Mrs. Olua Fumilola, Onome, thank you so much. Olanrewaju Shegun, Olawale, Olajiki, Cecilia, thank you for watching. Mao Oludari, Mr. JP, Oladimeji Ajibola Idowu, Omosonya Aremu Kazim, Ismaila Ilesu, Niketi Triple, Yusuf Ojumola, Wukele, and if I didn't pronounce the name very well, please bear with me, if I haven't done so. Innovative, thank you so much on the Instagram. Grandma Felicia Jagbe, welcome to the program. We are discussing the insecurity in Nigeria. Mrs. Elizabeth Adesoya, welcome to the program as well. So, like I said, in the next 15 minutes, I will be making a short address. It will just be very short, just to put it on record on the Star Radio UK network. By the time the intelligence officers around the world are probably thinking that we are involved in what is called terrorism, we are not doing terrorism, but it seems that those under the Ominira 2022 by their leader, Duke Onitiri, we have brought her onto the program before, but now she seems that we now understand that she has a different motive and agenda to hijack the government from the current president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So let's come back again to the conversation. There's still a lot to discuss. There's still a lot to talk about. Funsho say Yoruba nation not going back. Odudu has arrived. Whenever our pilot land those 3-deck aircraft in Muritala, the linesman used torchlight to guide the aircraft back to Anga with 350 souls on board. Wow, that is scary. Thank you so much, David Adegoke, Mr. Just Reason say that is why president has to go around with over 120 motorcade. Odudu has arrived. Imagine Arab Emirates using torchlight to guide their aircraft to the parking hangar at the Muritala Mohammed Airport. We are talking about the food security that I was talking about before, the last caller came through. My question is, at some point, you also wanted to become a farmer. Do you think now that we have a new president in town, you can then go back and be that farmer without being concerned of the insecurity? We will make sure we protect Nigeria and work as united team to end insecurity. This is coming from one of the headline again. Tinubu to security chiefs, work as a united team, like those football teams, to end the insecurity. On Monday, there was a meeting between the president and the security chiefs. We're seeing if the engineer can give us, if we have any video that we can give you the soundtrack of what was the outcome. We've also been saying that what Malafia told us seems to be something that is not yet over. Many Nigerians, Professor Otome, so many people have talked about this insecurity. Well, what do you think that Yerima tells President Bola Tinubu, the former governor of Zamfara State, is asking Tinubu to give amnesty to the bandit? What is your take on that? I think we have a soundtrack for that. We will get those soundtrack out in just about a few minutes. Bear with us. We are working on that. What is your take on what Yerima said after his meeting with the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu? Do you think it's right that since Yar'Adua gave the amnesty to those in Niger Delta, why not? We should be able to give amnesty to the bandits that are operating around Nigeria, killing innocent Nigerians. Is that your own belief? Let's hear from him what he has to say.
A solution to banditry in Nigeria. The bandits, a lot of them have been killed, a lot of them have been arrested, and I'm not saying that the government should just continue to just negotiate indefinitely. No, I said invite them. There are people who repent in all religions, Islam, Christianity, Judaism. You find that God himself who created us, once you repent after committing offenses, after committing sin, he forgives you. So there is no way you can say Nigerians should not be forgiven for if they repent. If they repent, they should be rehabilitated and integrated in the society. Avoid the occurrence of this menace. But if they don't, like I said, the government has enough power, enough resources, enough capacity. Nigerian security, I have confidence in them that they have capacity with the political will and support of government to handle this matter. So dialogue is part of governance. You cannot compare state actions with the federal government action. The federal government has enough human and material resources to handle any crisis that may come up in the society. State governments have limited funds and resources. So if they negotiate and they don't have the capacity to reintegrate these people back to the society, you will not have a solution to the problem. Like I said, Niger Delta, it was not Niger Delta states that negotiated with the militants. It was the federal government that came up with a robust program that attracted their attention. Like I said, this issue is just poverty and ignorance. Educate them, reintegrate them to the society, provide solution for their poverty issues. You see that all this problem will be over.
Okay, the question I want to ask first is that, are these Nigerians, these bandits? Because evidence indicated that majority of them are from Niger, Mali, and all other outside Nigeria. But he says something. He says we should, pamper them. They are ignorant. So I'm lost. Good evening to you, Mrs. Comfort Ologunja, Mrs. Moji Adesanya, and I'll be talking about all the headlines about Christians that have been killed in Nigeria. But first and foremost, once again, this is
Star Radio. This is Star Radio UK.
And if you're listening for the first time,
this is Star Radio UK. In your car, at work, at home,
on your smartphone. Broadcasting worldwide, online 24/7. Broadcasting worldwide, online 24/7.
he's asking that, these individuals Oduduwa has arrived, say, please tell him to shut up. It's like comparing orange with bananas. I am lost. Maybe we should listen to it again and then digest it one more time. Let us listen to it again.
I'm not making a case for bandits. I'm just proposing.
He said he's not making any case for the bandit. He's only proposing. Who can proposing it? A solution that is killing so many Nigerians. And maybe I should tell you some of these headlines. These are the headlines that I have ready for you, as we have it always on the Star Radio UK network. So after I searched Christian killed in Nigeria, we have a total of 3,770 results in 47 seconds. Let me say to this former governor, Nigeria, according to Independent Catholic News, Nigeria, drastic increase in killings of Christians. The tablet, Christian killed daily in Nigeria. Catholic Herald also say, why are more Christians killed in Nigeria? Vatican News, over 50,000 Christians killed in Nigeria by Islamic extremists. And the last one from BBC, RCCG pastor killed, waiting police talk about the killing of a redeemed pastor that was also some of the members kidnapped. 15 Christians killed in Nigeria despite curfew, international Christian concern. These are some of the headlines, and we have another caller on the line. I say good evening and welcome to Niger Voices.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Koiki. I keep the good work, right? So I just want to put my contribution, right?
Go ahead.
So I would say everything is getting interesting what is happening in Nigeria. What is happening in Nigeria now is very interesting. But only those who have eyes can see what is going on. Because there's a saying, Yoruba man so one end to ban sunkun amariran. Okay? Yoruba sunkun si won riran. Yoruba sunkun won riran. Okay? From the last voice message you played from Shetima, what is it?
Yes.
I was talking about repentance. How these Boko Haram people will pay. They give them rehabilitation and put them back into the society, put them into the community. We know that is part of the agenda of the Fulani and the British government. And we always say that. Now, so, these are the people, we know what these people have done, even from the time of Jonathan. Okay, from the Chibo girls. We know what they did, the Boko Haram. Okay? How they leveled all the indigenous people of Benue State. Huh? Now they said they repented, and it's okay now. They repented, then you put them back into society, put them in the Nigerian military. That means there's an agenda for it. Nigerian government is one shape. Okay? And what Boko Haram, Fulani bandits, one kidnap, why is it that one should hang Bobo Igbo to man kidnap? Bobo Igbo he made a lot of money.
Evans.
Okay? Evans, thank you. Okay? Why did they rehabilitate him? Why did they have to hang him? So we know Bobo Igbo concern, it's just a sweet talk to cajole the people. People, okay, yeah. Okay? And now, the other one I want to talk about, the statement you made about the Ijile Marcos,
yes,
and all this Modori Buruku Ominira 2022.
Yes.
Okay? So, because I made a statement yesterday. The statement is that, okay, we'll arrest the Odori Buruku to Onitiri. They didn't arrest her. Why? Because and the British government. Now, the government said they want to destabilize Yoruba nation. That is their game. Because and what one bet you want to pay Tinubu president and Ominira, one money to Yoruba, Britain money to Yoruba, one more got of a shell. Then one family Yoruba, one family Yoruba, Gigani. Government say for Yoruba. Yorùbá ni kò tí ì jí àwọn tí wọ́n dẹ̀ jẹ́ problem wa ni àwọn ọba wa àwọn Afẹ́nifẹ́re àwọn tó ń pèrè àwọn ní tó ń ṣe bóyá Gani Adams ọwọ́ àwọn chief security ilẹ̀ Yorùbá àwọn gbọ̀ngàn ní problem wa àwọn governors okay because game tó ń play is a very high tech game náà play bẹ́ẹ̀ pé wọ́n ń wá Britain wá àti America wọ́n wá bọ́ ṣe máa mú Yorùbá because bí mi ṣe máa ń sọ pé Yorùbá ní ọmọ aládé kì í ṣe ọmọ aládé yẹpẹrẹ àwa láì tí mọ̀ so wọ́n ń lo nǹkan tí wọ́n ń lo àwọn ọmọ àlè yẹn fún nìyẹn onítìrí àti dúpẹ́ gbogbo wọn ọmọ àlè ní gbogbo wọn ọmọ àlè ní wọn àwọn òun náà lò wọ́n fún tó bá ti lè bẹ̀rẹ̀ anything nílẹ̀ Yorùbá tó bá ṣe máa sẹ́kọ̀ kéyà Yorùbá nation must not stand anymore nígbà tí terrorist group ibi tó ń lọ nìyẹn. So, and I will take your notice to something. I do send what's it called, a YouTube video of some news from Gravitas. Okay? About tell you what is they are saying on Gravitas. Okay? It's a code. These are Hegelian dialectic. I was listening to Gravitas today before I listened to something, this statement you made about Nigeria and all this something. They were saying in Ukraine. Now, Ukraine now, the refer is talking about Nigeria. They said now the uprising that will come up in the east of Ukraine then is moving to the south and southwest. So they always switch the narrative and it's Britain that is behind it. So but that's okay. Why in Ukraine and Russia and China? No, those are Hegelian dialectics. So but when we study the way they are moving all this, their narrative in all those news, we will know what is going to happen with us. So, the government say that I want Ìjìnlẹ̀ Marcus, the òmìnira náà fẹ́ fi create gbogbo unrest yẹn nílẹ̀ Yorùbá. So, ìjọba ti ṣe sọ ní last year, Ọlọ́run ló fi sí mi lẹ́nu kì í ṣe pé kí ni I'm a prophet of God. I'm not a Christian, I'm not a Muslim. I don't practice religion. Ìmọ̀ ẹ̀ ti jẹ́ nínú ẹ̀mí. Okay? Ọlọ́run nǹkan tó wà bẹ́ẹ̀ ni pé elédùn máa sọ ká lọ prepare for war. But èyí náà sọ pé okay, with due respect to Professor Banji and Chief Dr. Igboho, my due respect to them. But I might be young or what? But ìmọ̀ olúkàlùkù yàtọ̀. So nǹkan tẹ́mi sọ because wọ́n fẹ́ mú Yorùbá ní unprepared. Because fẹ́ fi mú Yorùbá nìyẹn. Wọ́n ti mọ̀ pé Igbo ti ready. Wọ́n ti mọ̀ pé Igbo ti ready. Because fẹ́ fi mú Yorùbá. Wọ́n máa pa àwọn èèyàn wa. Wọ́n máa pa àwọn èèyàn wa.
Because of time. All right. So go ahead, yeah.
When we go to the chief security of Tinubu, they won't do nothing.
Okay.
They won't do nothing.
Okay.
Because it's the same thing ó ṣẹlẹ̀ nígbà tí Buhari, it's the same thing all of them continue. Because it's Tinubu, Buhari, gbogbo wọn, they are all puppets in the hand of the invisible ruler. Okay, I will tell you a secret. The red eagle on the Nigeria emblem, what does it stand for? You see, that is a clue. The red eagle on Nigeria emblem, on Nigeria coat of arms, it has a meaning. Okay? Because I wouldn't go into the scripture because this is not even because everything is in scripture.
All right.
So Nigeria belongs to British government. And you know when their king Charles, when he came to Nigeria 2 years ago, what was his statement? He said, God don't bother in bread. You know, you can do, when Prince Charles came to Nigeria 2 or 3 years ago, he said, God don't bother in bread. Because Nigeria is a portion that his parents, they gave to Charles, that, okay, Nigeria is your own portion. That is just it. So now, because now the indigenous people of Nigeria, they want to go out of Nigeria from that contraction. So Charles will do everything possible. So those are the power behind of what is happening in Nigeria. All the Nigerian chiefs will just have to dance to what they are telling them from Chatham House in UK here. Right. This is why I said it. Before you kill a snake, you have to cut the head off.
All right.
Britain is our problem. We have to cut them off.
All right.
Okay?
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, that is another caller there, their perspective and view in regard to the insecurity in Nigeria. And we've been talking about the service chiefs. Let me remind you again, this is the Star Radio UK every Wednesday. Niger Voices is called. We discuss as many issues affecting Nigeria, the indigenous people, and the reason why as many Nigerians are now asking for what is called their right to self-determination at exactly 25 minutes. We'll be going into that in just about a few minutes. Keep the call coming. The number is +44 74 044 059. But let's keep it very short because of the timing as well. This program runs up to 8:30 p.m. But at exactly 8 o'clock, the next line of conversation goes to the Yoruba nation, where we'll be discussing everything regarding the movement as well. But I will be telling you more about so many Christians that have been killed in Nigeria. Do you think that, a Muslim ticket that were a lot of concern, so many Christians back the current president and his vice president, regardless of whether they were Muslim, because we were told that has nothing to the lives and protections of so many of them. But like I said earlier, before some of the calls were coming through, according to what we have on the search, these are the headlines. One day ago, Independent Catholic News, Nigeria drastic increase in killings of Christians. And it goes like this. The number of Nigerian Christians killed or adopted because of their faith has drastically increased since 2020, according to a report by a United Kingdom parliamentary group set to be launched today, which was yesterday, the 4th of July, 2023. The fresh report by the all-party parliamentary group, APPG, for International Freedom of Religion or Belief, presented evidence that violations of religious freedom in West Africa country have worsened over the last 3 years, particularly noting the increasing vulnerability of the Christian, humanist, and the moderate Muslim communities. The report unfolding genocide. The report, Nigeria unfolding genocide. The report, Nigeria unfolding genocide. Highlight research by Open Doors showing that 89% of all Christians killed worldwide, guess where, are all in Nigeria. We have a new call on the line. Go ahead quickly, all the way from Ireland. Well, definitely, you should be. You are. Go ahead.
Firstly, I just want to touch some point. Look at what happened in Ogun State. They killed our people and nobody is talking about it. Even the national television is not talking about what they power. They want to create fear, like they did to the Hausas, so that we Yorubas can be head of the Fulani. But I'm telling them that will not be possible. We'd rather die than calling cow the senior brother. Nigeria is not working. Tinubu, come back home. Nigeria can't be fixed. You can't fix it. Look at you. Look at Yerima, the terrorist founder, coming to tell you that you should pardon terrorists, calling them bandits. They are not bandits. They are terrorists. Terrorists are one guys here. They need to be killed because they killed a lot of people. Thank you.
Wow, that was a very brief one and a very quick one there. You can also add your voice. +44 74 044 059 17 +44 74 044 059 17. I'm sorry I've not been reading some of the comments. Dipo, I will say, where now magic be that to? I didn't catch that, but I say thank you so much. Kemso, thank you so much all the way on Instagram. Fresh to thin, thank you so much. Let's see if there's comment all the way. Yes, thank you so much, Comrade Plan B and the rest of you as well. So we are still looking at some of the headlines of Christian being killed in Nigeria. Prince Adebayo Shitu, a very good evening to you. Oh, my beautiful, beautiful one and only whether she's live with us or not, we always love the two names. And the first one is Iwapeluewa. I love the name so much that even whether she's live with me, I have to recommend and appreciate the name. And likewise, Yeyoge, I'm sure in the future, they'll be asking, I hope this man is not having any relationship with them, or nothing of such. You are a big auntie to me, and my other sister is just like a sister. I love those two names. I hope the grandchildren are doing very well. And you went on to say further, Ekweto, brother me, thank you so much, Iwapeluewa. We appreciate you. Balogun Olalekan, thank you so much to our grandmother, Sarah Oyelowo, with your salute. Answer on nípa àwọn new service chiefs ni mò ń bá sọ̀rọ̀. Ṣé Bọ́lá Ahmed Tinubu, Awólẹ́sìn, Àbáyọ̀mí, good evening. Gbogbo ẹ̀yin tí ẹ ń support APC, ẹ pè wọlé ní kí ló dé? Ẹ ṣáyà yín já ni. I want to read some of your comments. Please call in. Adebisi, why comparing Buhari, Fulani, Christian genocide, impunity, jihad, terrorism with the Niger Delta crude oil militants? It's not me, it is Yerima. No, so maybe we should play that again, because Yerima, this is what he had to say after a meeting a day ago with the new president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Before I play that again, there has been a lot of killings, and the report by the news around the world, I've been telling you some of that. Christians killed daily in Nigeria, according to Tablet. Since the start of 2022, there have been 140 attacks on Christians in Benue State, resulting to at least 591 dead. This was posted 5 days ago by one organization called The Tablet. Also, another headline, Catholic Herald, went further to say, why are more Christians killed in Nigeria than anywhere else combined? This was on February 16, 2023, this article by John Pontifex. And it went further. Allahu Akbar shouted a terrorist in Spain recently as he wounded a priest and killed a sacristan in broad daylight. God is great, certainly. But what made the drainage man think that God will reward act of murder? Such a question is all too often asked in Nigeria. Let me go straight to one of our mothers in America that is also joining us. Why are so many Christians being killed in Nigeria? And that is the question I'm asking to this evening. Hello, caller. You're live on the Star Radio UK network.
Thank you so much, sir. I was just trying to contribute in regards to the comments about the suggestion from one of the visitors that visited the president recently, talking about to rehabilitate the
bandits,
so-called
bandits. Yes.
Yes, to rehabilitate them and reinstate them into the society. I think that would be a very wrong signal for the president to take.
Okay.
Because doing that is just going to increase the number of those bandits, because it's like encouraging them, giving them another 4 more years to recoup and also, grow in numbers. I think what he's supposed to be doing is to use forces against those people.
Okay.
It needs to use our military on them, fight them hard, destabilize them, tear them apart, subdue them.
Okay.
Then, after he already taken such decision to neutralize those people, then those that is captured can be punished severely. Is to destroy as many of those bandits or terrorists as much as possible. Then those other ones that is captured, then can be, imprisoned, maybe giving them life imprisonment. You don't play with people that are destroying other people's lives. These people are continuously destroying our land.
Okay.
Killing people, maiming people, causing a lot of.
So what you are saying, if I hear you very well, the president should not use a soft hand with these so-called bandits.
Correct. It should not be soft arm. Soft arm has not worked. President Buhari used that throughout his 8 years.
I was going to say that,
so we don't need additional 4 years again to do same thing.
that, and it did not work. It did not work. It can never work. So for them coming out to advise the president to do something that did not help in the first place, that has been tried for 8 good years that did not work. So now we need to use force. We need to use force to show them that Nigerian army are capable. So if we fail to do that, that means it's telling them that the terrorists are stronger than them, are stronger than Nigerian
military.
So yes, it should not take that advice. That would be a very, 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 very wrong thing to do.
Wrong move.
Yes, so that's my contribution.
Thank you so much. And yeah, go ahead.
Yes, sir. In regards to the threat from Unitary Group.
Yes.
Thank God that you are out there to let people know that we are not for that.
Okay.
People that follow under the leadership of Professor Akitoye and Chief Sunday are not part of Unitary.
Okay.
Unitary is dead and gone. It's dead and gone. Nobody should recognize her. She's nobody. She came to pull the Yoruba Nation movement backwards. But now she's a forgotten person. We don't need her. We don't want to hear her voice again. We don't want to hear her name. Anywhere she's been called, I mean, we should all know that she's a failure.
Okay.
She has nothing to offer. So we are moving forward. We are not going to go back. Yoruba Nation not going back. So that's my contribution. Thank you so much, sir, for all you do.
Thank you so much. And that was a brilliant one from one of our listeners, in the other side. And once again, to those of you in America, congratulations to the independence yesterday. Even if you haven't got your American passport, as long as you live in America, I believe you should share, that excitement, which is the 4th of July yearly, the independence of Nigeria, independence of the American as well. Thank you so much to my last 2 callers as well. We are literally some 13 minutes before 8 p.m. when I will do a short address to the international community, mostly the security from the MI5 to the FBI to any security agency, that they should be getting a message that according to what we have, I don't know whether they have those intelligence already, I won't be surprised, but just to differentiate that, there is difference between what they call the Ominira 2022 and the Yoruba Nation under the leadership of Professor Adebanji Akintoye that was also registered at the UNPO, the Unrepresented People Organization, where we have been campaigning in the last 3 years without any confrontation or attack to the security agency, whether in the Southwest, whether across Nigeria. It has always been a non-violent. Let's go back to some of the headlines that I've picked. And this is coming from the Voice of Persecuted Christian. I don't know why so many of our Christian churches are not really speaking out. We are concerned that many Christians are being killed and massacred in Nigeria. It is becoming quite alarming. And it seems that the former governor of Zamfara State, Ahmed Yarima, is comparing terrorists also with what we can call, the bandit. We have another caller from the continent. Hello, good evening and welcome. It is the call Niger Voices on the Star Radio UK network. Good evening and welcome.
Mr. Koji, good evening. How you doing?
We're doing very well. You're welcome to the program, sir.
Yes, sir. Sir, I just want to contribute to the issue on ground.
Okay.
Concerning the integration of the bandits, Boko Haram, and other like into the society.
Okay.
Tinubu should not take to the advice of those people.
Okay.
Because Boko Haram, they don't repent. Their mission, they go straight and they carry it out.
So you are saying that they don't repent. So even if Bola Tinubu wants to look into that,
no, they don't repent. They don't repent. They have mission. They know what they are doing, and they want to pretend. And after pretending, they will now carry out their mission. You remember what happened in Afghanistan?
Okay.
The Afghanistan, they allowed those terrorists to infiltrate them, and they plot out, you know, the coup against the government of the day, and they took the government from the Afghanistan, and now they are ruling now in Afghanistan. Those terrorists, those people, they are ruling now in the Afghanistan, and that's what's, you know, coming up in Nigeria. If they allow those people and they integrate them into the society.
The question is, are we even integrating people that are non-Nigerians? Because I'm a bit lost, because we know that majority of these criminals are non-Nigerians anyway. So why is it saying that we should integrate them? A lot of people are not even talking about that, because do we integrate people from Mali into Nigeria and feed them and look after them? Or go ahead, my caller from the continent.
That's what they want to do. That's what they want to do. They know that Nigeria, they are not care about their identity. They don't care about, you know, where they are coming from. So far, they speak Hausas, they speak their language. They speak, whatever language they are speaking, they say, oh, they are part of us, and they are not part of us. And it's because Nigeria, they don't have data of their citizen. That's why they have the opportunity to perpetrate in that line. And what I want President Tinubu to do is not to heed to their advice, because they know what they are doing. They want to take over the government at the end of the day. It may not be today, it may not be 5 years, but their planning is for the long term.
Okay.
They will plan and they will take over the government, and whatever they say, that's the final. If they say Nigeria should be Islamized, that will be the result. And
okay.
I want Tinubu to know that, the President Tinubu to know that the advice they are giving him is a wrong advice. He should allow those criminals, he should deal with them decisively. He should try and make sure the military of Nigeria overpower them and conquer them. That's the only solution. Because if you are trying to bring them into the society, or you are negotiating with them with Amnesty or other things, what are they at? Nobody know what they are fighting for.
Okay.
They are not fighting for the oil. They are not fighting for the oil.
Okay.
They are not fighting for the.
So I got that now. So the comparison between the Niger Delta that are fighting because they believe that the oil is from their side and is not being used to look after that particular environment in the Niger Delta. And Yar'Adua thought maybe instead of blowing up the pipeline, let's give you amnesty. And that is why we have somebody like Asari Dokubo today, even still working with the federal government, because he actually said so, that is operating under the federal government, looking after some of the high road and the network as well. But the bandit now, what you are saying is we don't even know what they are fighting for.
Yes, what they are fighting for is not clear to us, because some are saying because of the Western education.
Okay.
Some are saying because they don't want I don't know what they are fighting for actually, but what they are fighting for is known to them. But government should try, and be on their toes to deal with every problem at every time. Because if government doesn't stay on their toe, they will overthrow them, and there's nothing they can do.
Do you think that Yerima and the rest of them are probably putting a pressure on the new president so that he can, give them soft landing? Do you think there's a kind of a pressure right now, knowing fully well that it's a new government, he might have his own way that he wants to deal with it, and they are not sure how, and now he's also removed the old service chiefs, because those service chiefs have visited some of these states like the Zamfara. I mean, you're wondering why this former Zamfara is one of the most affected region in the Northwest. But he's now saying, please, let's just tamper justice. We can negotiate with them and we can make them a repentant bandit.
Yes, Mr. Koiki, the area you are going is the right area, because I called in like 2 days ago or a day ago. I said Yerima is part of them. That's why he came out to come and come and try and talk to the president, so that it can be solved with them. But they don't know what the new president will do. Because he has been changing, he has been trying to change some service, and they don't know what is in his mind. Okay. So they don't want a situation that he will start betraying them. And they don't know what he's gonna do. So they try to come out to say their own mind, so that they can control it.
Thank you so much.
He won't fight against
them, their own clan.
The bandit insurgency. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
That's what they are trying to do.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you. Well, we will be addressing the world in 5 minutes, but let's quickly listen again to Yerima after the meeting with the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
I'm just proposing a solution to banditry in Nigeria. The bandits, a lot of them have been killed, a lot of them have been arrested, and I'm not saying that the government should just continue to just negotiate indefinitely. No, I said invite them. There are people who repent in all religions, Islam, Christianity, Judaism. You find that God himself who created us, once you repent after committing offenses, after committing sin, he forgives you. So there is no way you can say Nigerians should not be forgiven if they repent.
So Nigeria should forgive people from Mali. Nigeria should forgive people from Niger that are creating havoc. Let me give you one more headline before we move swiftly. This was in June, and this was released, International Voice of Persecuted Christian. Nigeria latest attack on Christian villages claim 168 lives. Fulani militants have been attacking Christian villages in Magun, central Nigeria. The latest wave of attacks on some 30 villages began on the May 16 and killed at least 125. Similar attacks over the same period claimed another 43 lives. Partners of the UK-based Release International have been providing emergency relief aid. Children were killed and injured during the attack on Magun, among them 8-month-old baby, Precious Mani. Precious was shot twice, but she survived. Her parents and 5 siblings were among the dead. Let me read that again. Children were killed and injured during the attack on Magun. Among them was an 8-month-old baby named Precious Mani. Precious was shot twice, but she survived. But her parents and the 5 siblings were among the dead in the attack on Nubu Ward in May 2023. One survivor from the village of Jakun told Release International partners, "We saw people running and started to hear consistent gunshots. Our men told us to go. We all fled. We barely survived. Names have been omitted for witness protection." The only doctor in one village said the first victims were brought to this small hospital on May 23rd, 2023. He said, "We lost 2 from extensive gunshot injuries. One had a wound which went in one side of his chest and came out the other side. He died. Another with a bullet wound to the neck also died." The doctor described the hospital as inupdated. Simple things like gloves, statues, antibiotics, items for those with machete wounds, we have exhausted them all. Release International partner Stephanos Foundation have been giving medical supplies to the hospital. I don't know whether we still have a government. I don't know. A mother whose oldest child was killed in the attack said, "We started hearing gunshots in the night at around midnight. My grandmother and the girls who stayed with me were killed along with my firstborn. My 5-year-old has been seriously wounded too. He is in a great pain." She identified the attackers as militant Fulani herders. "They are our neighbors," she said. "Our house is just beside theirs. They called my son by name. Another woman also identified the attackers as Fulani militant. She prayed for God to change their heart. God, please, meet them wherever they are. This is my prayer. Because if they don't have change of heart, they will continue in wickedness. And I have never known people to be wicked like this. It shocked me. The UK-based Release International has launched a major campaign to help the victims. This is what is happening. Ashake TV, good evening. I don't even know whether Nigerians are reporting all these. We will not be able to finish this tonight. I'll be coming back with the same topic next week. But right now, we have to address the international community on a particular case that is happening with what is called the Nigeria and those that are fighting for the right to self-determination, a right that has been put together from 2019 without any violence, without any killing, without any disruptions of lives and property. But it seems that all that is now about to be changed with the report of intelligence that is coming from this particular woman. We will try to see if we can get the engineer to give us a better picture that has a clear face of Dupe Onitiri, also known as Dupe Onitiri Abiola. We will get a better image because this address that we're about to release right now, we brought her onto the Star Radio UK network just around July, if not June, where she thought she could use our platform and deceived us. But right now, it is no longer about that anymore. It is now about something that is being planned by her and some of our other colleagues that are working under what is called Ominira 2022. I am using this medium to address the international community on behalf of myself, that is also one of those under the leadership of Professor Adebanji Akintoye, that this particular lady or woman known as Mrs. Abiola, Mrs. Modupe Onitiri Abiola, no location unknown, since over a year that she has been operating. She has been hiding from one place to the other. Nobody has a precise location of where she's operating from, but we can say authoritatively, based on intelligence that has come to us, that she is now planning to recruit what we call mercenaries from an African country, whether these are hoodlums, whether these are people that are creating chaos in those parts of the world. They will be coming to Yoruba territory, where they will be killing periodically in Lagos State, Ogun State, Oyo State. These are the three main states that they will be operating from. They might also be spreading to other states as well. The numbers that we have from the intelligence report indicated that this particular woman, in person known as Mrs. Modupe Onitiri Abiola, is now in a final conclusion to bring in these individuals and disrupt properties, kill as many people, since she said that she has declared a Yoruba nation as at November last year. But it seems that the other section of those that agree with Professor Adebanji Akintoye, the leader of the Yoruba self-determination, have not accepted that. And this time around, she has gone a little bit step beyond what we thought she was doing before. The other names that I'll be mentioning are those that are also working in conjunction with these. So I am putting this out today in the 5th day of July 2023, that we, under the leadership of Professor Adebanji Akintoye, have nothing to do with this phase. We want the international community to pin this phase very well. No location unknown. But the other names that I'll be mentioning tonight are names that also have alias. And those alias are the alias that they are using either on the social media network with their real names, but the ones that we don't have their real names, we will continue to see if we can get those names as quickly as possible. So after this particular woman, known as Mrs. Modupe Onitiri Abiola. The next person on the list is called Ogunjimi Marcos. Ogunjimi Marcos is operating from Turkey, where he lives with his family peacefully, but he has decided to work in conjunction as the media for Mrs. Modupe Onitiri, and the whole idea of what they are planning is to make sure that they raise as much money to fund the insecurity that would disrupt and kill as many lives in Yoruba land. And we are putting this on record. He is using a media name called Ijile Media, or at Ijile Media on the YouTube and likewise on the Facebook. He is operating from Turkey. He is also known as Ijile Marcos FM, where he operates on the Mix LR. We are putting this to the Turkish authority, to the also security agency around the world. Should any attempt to disrupt the lives of innocent people under the Terrorism Act, that is not allowed. We are not aware of this, and this is the reason why we are putting this in record this particular evening. The next person that we're going to mention, his name is called Wale Ali. Wale Ali as well is operating from here in United Kingdom. He lives there in UK, where he lives with his own family as well. He is also part of those that is putting together effort to work in conjunction with Mrs. Modupe Onitiri Abiola to disrupt and kill as many Yoruba people, because they have agreed that a Yoruba nation has been declared as at November last year. And that literally means that an interim government must start to work under as quickly as possible. His YouTube name is called Wale Ali TV, where also you can find it as at Wale Ali 7249. Again, that is Wale Ali. The next person on the line is also known as Black Lion. Black Lion is the nickname that he used to operate, but I can also confirm that he also have a YouTube account where the Yoruba Nation, or the Ominira, rather 2022, was declared under his own account. His YouTube account name is called Black Lion of Yoruba Land 7265. That was where the Yoruba Ominira was declared November last year. He is the one in charge of the money that is being put together to bring in these individuals, to facilitate the disruptions of lives and property, to bring in what they call Adele in Yoruba, but in English is called the interim government. This is part of their plan after the failed attempt of what they call the Amuludun radio station in Ibadan Southwest, where 7 individuals came together to attack the radio station and hijack it to declare the Ominira Yoruba 2022. That attempt failed, and the 7 individuals, 2 of them have now died in the prison, while the remaining 5 are still in the prison where their case is still being held. That is also called Black Lion of Yoruba Land, where you can find it, as we say, to where he lives in America, where he's currently operating from. There's another woman called Ayo Brown. Ayo Brown has never shown her face to the public since we've been operating as well, but she has been the backbone as well of Ominira 2022. Ayo Brown, she's operating from Dublin, where she's based as well. There's also Saheed, known as Saheed Omobota. Saheed Omobota is nowhere to be found, but he is part of those making the recruitment to facilitate the disruption and the terrorism that is about to take place in Yoruba land. His name as alias Saheed Omobota worked closely with Chief Mrs. Modupe Onitiri Abiola, and this individual as well is currently location unknown. The last time we heard from him was that he is now in the northern part of Nigeria. Maybe that is where they're operating from, but we do not have any evidence to that. But we have evidence that Saheed Omobota is part of those making the recruitment. The next person is also called Moninuola Rahman, aka Shoyekoribe. Shoyekoribe, one of the promoter of Chief Mrs. Modupe Onitiri, is also facilitating with these as well. She might have a little bit information but she was the one promoting Mrs. Odutupe Onitiri, even after we told the whole world that she's lying and she has deceived and she has brought something different. But Moniniola Rahman has now come out to say also that she is not part of them, even though she promoted her up to the last minute. Ronke Kolotiti Olori, also location unknown, where she lives abroad somewhere, whether in US or United Kingdom. She is also working in conjunction with Mrs. Modupe Onitiri Abiola to bring in and facilitate. Also, there's a lady called Queen B operating from United States of America. She is also to be watched by the FBI, because if anything happens, and we all that are under the leadership of Professor Banji Akintoye are classified as terrorists, we will make sure that we bring this particular video back again as evidence at the court of law. The last person on the list is known as Florence Ajakaye. Florence Ajakaye is operating from the United States of America, where she also is part of the Ominira 2022, as they are also planning to bring in this Adele. This Adele is part of the crime against humanity, where, as we say, self-determination is allowed, but using an act of terrorism is not allowed. Once again, my name is Ola Yomikoiki, one out of the so many media that is asking for the right to self-determination under the 1514 resolution, but without the act of terrorism where we are operating from. And that is the message to the international community for record purpose. As we come back to the Yoruba Nation conversation, and we leave that alone, the question then is, Yoruba Nation movement is not yet dead. It is still a movement, and that movement will survive, regardless of as many threats coming from different entities, different individuals to disrupt this movement. We are saying it clearly that we are not Yerima that is trying to get a soft landing for the bandits, so-called. Let's go out again and listen to Yerima under this broadcast.
They should be rehabilitated and integrated into society, and then measures will be taken to avoid the occurrence of this menace. If they don't, like I said, the government has enough power, enough resources, the military security have enough capacity, Nigerian security. I have confidence in them that they have capacity with the political will and support of government to handle this matter. So dialogue is part of governance.
Well, dialogue is part of governance, according to Yerima. The question then is, should we now go back and ask ourselves, was the late Dr. Malafia right that one of the governors is a Boko Haram?
Some of us also have our own intelligence networks. Okay. Have met with some of the bandits. Have met with some of their high commanders.
I think we have a caller coming through. Let's take that call briefly. Hello.
I want to make a contribution, please.
Go ahead, quickly.
Yeah, contribution. Okay. This Yerima is talking about government negotiating with the terrorists. These terrorists are saying Western education is forbidden. And me, coming from the South, I want the Western education. The people from the North doesn't want Western education. So are we in the same page? We are not. So why are we stressing ourselves over this? These guys just think we are daft or what? And what if I don't want to do a lesson? How can you be putting hand in my eyes that you don't want me to respond? You are kidnapping my people, killing my people, and you're telling me that we should negotiate. And you're telling, look at even at first instance, he was saying the Boko Haram have been killed, they've been arrested. People coming to me, and Boko Haram therefore you bomb the Lord up and go down. Would you sympathize with the people? I want to arrest more. I want to know what people that Boko Haram have killed. What do you want your family to do? Look at what happened. Sunday Igboho is saying, stop killing my people. fellow Fulani president went after his life. And now, you want those who are killing us to be pardoned by my own person. Let me say, my own Yoruba president, that is the president of the Yoruba government, as the president of so-called 419 Nigeria, calling themselves. You are saying they should pardon them. People think Rima, he is the founder of Boko Haram. He should be arrested.
All right.
He should be arrested.
Thank you so much because of the time constraints. Thank you. Thank you so much because of the time. Let's go back one more time. 50,000 Christians killed in Nigeria by Islamic extremists in the past 14 years, according to the Vatican News. I'm going to be telling you about that. Before we go back into the conversation, let's hear one more time from the late Malafia. Repentant bandit named one northern governor as the Boko Haram. Could that be Yerima? Or is there somebody else?
And let me make some revelations. Some of us also have our own intelligence networks. Okay. Have met some of the bandits. Have met with some of their high commanders. Have repented. They have sat down with us, not once, not twice. They told us that one of the northern governors is the commander of Boko Haram in Nigeria. Boko Haram and the bandits are one and the same thing. They have a sophisticated network. During this lockdown, their planes were moving up and down as though there was no lockdown. Moving ammunitions, moving logistics, moving money, and distributing them in different parts of the country. They're already in the south, in the rainforest of the south. They're everywhere. They told us that when they finish these rural killings, they will move to phase 2. The phase 2 is they will go into the urban cities, going from house to house, killing prominent people. I can tell you, this is the game plan. By 2022, we want to start a civil war in Nigeria. Don't joke with what I'm saying. I have a PhD from Oxford University. I'm a central banker. We don't talk nonsense. So don't joke with what I'm telling you. I have this from the highest possible authority, higher possible.
He had it on the highest possible authority. But today, the former governor of Zamfara is asking the president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. We're going to be discussing this again next week. But the question is, this is the reason why continue. We can't continue to live in this kind of society. I'm going to read more of the headline, and then I will go back again to the late former, the late Malafia. At 8:30, we bring the program to an end on the Star Radio UK network, but we might continue on the other network as well. But let's go back again and listen to the late Dr. Malafia Obadia.
Higher authorities of some of the commanders of
you said northern governors, past or present, Dr. Badaya?
No, current. No, they said commander of Boko Haram in Nigeria.
So one of the current governor, would that be Zamfara governor? The former governor that is now asking the president Bola Ahmed Tinubu to take a little bit of justice and, allow these people to be free. Are you concerned as a Nigerian? Richard Alaba, I cite you a brother, an uncle, a friend. The only thing is you have not given me the glasses I'm asking for. Ahmed, thank you so much. Phoenix said we need to put their names and pictures together. We're going to be working on that. And thank you so much. I've got some of the more updates as well. I've been told that Ronke Kolotiti lives in United Kingdom in Manchester. And there's also Blessing Agbaje, a.k.a. Iyakogi. So all these will be still included in that statement that I read out just about a few minutes ago.
And they're not looking for money. They have more than enough money. In fact,
okay, he says something there that Yerima was saying that we should pardon them. Somebody was asking, what are they looking for? But Obadia is saying now that these are not people looking for money. We now say that it's part of the agenda to Islamize Nigeria. Remember, a former naval commodore, Olakunle Olawumi, told us that they are planning to Islamize Nigeria.
They just came back from.
So that has been, the message. And that is the reason why some of us are saying that, are we sure we want to live together in Nigeria? Do you think that the new service chief will be able to now change the narrative? Do you think that the new service chiefs will do something different? This was also what Danjuma told us 5 years ago.
In Nigeria, whose various ethnic groups.
And I want you to hear that. Many Nigerians composed of many ethnic groups. There is nothing called Nigeria. We've been saying that for a very long time. That is why under the leadership of Professor Banji Akintoye, we are demanding that the new government have a negotiation and dialogue with us so that we can all decide, the 191 local governments from the Yoruba side, whether we still want to be part of Nigeria or not. It is not a must for us to stay together. We can live side by side, have our own border, protect our people against the Fulani terrorists. But it seems that the former chief of defense staff, Danjuma, speaks tough, accused the Nigerian army or the Nigerian armed forces of colluding with the military, with the terrorists to kill Nigerians. Let's hear from him. And we are just about 9 minutes before the end of the program. It has been Mr. Peter George. Thank you so much. Shout out to you, Olix. Shout out to those of you, Basagan04, Mr. Future Adebola Goke, Mrs. Margaret, and everyone that have joined us on the platform. Whether you agree with the dissolution of Nigeria or not, but the most important thing is you must ask your government to protect you as well. Adebisi Aguru, my brother, you went on to say, beware of President-select Tinubu banditry, complicity, Buhari, Fulani jihadist impunity, 2015 election sponsor, Miyati Allah, cattle herdsmen, Christian genocide, Islamization. Oh my God, you went on and on, reminding us of some of the crimes and atrocity. Olorunso Omola, thank you so much as well. There's a lot coming on. Let's see if there's any message from our MixLR. Comrade Plan B, thank you so much. And the rest of you that are listening. Let's go back again to Danjuma. In 8 minutes, we end it from the Star Radio and we continue on the sister broadcast.
Yoruba is a mini state. It's a mini Nigeria composed of various ethnic groups living together reasonably peacefully. But the peace in this state is under assault. There's an attempt at ethnic cleansing in this state and of course in all the riverine states of Nigeria. We must resist it. We must stop it. Every one of us must rise up. The armed forces are not neutral. They collude with the armed bandits that kill people, kill Nigerians. They facilitate their movements. They cover them. If you are depending on the armed forces to stop the killings, you will all die one by one. The ethnic cleansing must stop.
The ethnic cleansing must stop. Shegun Yovo, thank you so much. Do you now think that now that the new service chiefs will be able to perform miracle, maybe the ethnic cleansing will reduce a little bit? Maybe some of you will be able to go back to your farm. Maybe some of you will be able to travel at peace at any time in Nigeria. These are all the questions that we are asking. Do you think that we can have a better Nigeria for those that believe in Nigeria. We don't believe in Nigeria because Nigeria is a failed entity, is a mere geographical location. For millions of you that still believe in Nigeria, you have to keep traveling. Let me again give you some of the headline as we have it on the Google at Catholic priest killed by gunmen in Nigeria hadn't yet served 1 year. A priest was killed by Fulani terrorists in Nigeria was less than 1 year into his ordained ministry. The death of Francis Father Charles Ugochi was announced. This was 4 weeks ago, according to the Premier Christian News. UCA News also gave us another headline. Killing of a priest, further evidence of Christian persecution in Nigeria. Father Charles Ugochi was shot by Fulani terrorists while returning from a pastoral duty in Nigeria, in Benin City, Udausa. Let's go again to another headline. This was 1 week ago by Christian headline. More than 150 Christians killed in Plateau State. Remember that we were hearing from the former Chief of Defense Staff, Danjuma. He is from Plateau State. Let's hear the remaining part of what he said. But in that article that I have here in front of me, Abuja, June 27, 2023, Fulani terrorists in Plateau State, Nigeria, killed more than 150 Christians in the first week of last month, including a church pastor, according to the source. The killing of Reverend Nicodemus King of the Church of Christ Nation in Ghana, Ropu, Bati, Ladi County on June 11 brought to the number of pastors killed by the Fulani terrorists in Plateau State. The governor, Salah Mufta, last week issued a statement confirming the killing. Conservatively, in the last 3 weeks, we have buried nothing less than 150 people. Are these not all human beings? All this is happening in Nigeria. And the question is, can Bola Tinubu and his new service chiefs put a stop to ethnic cleansing? Great Yoruba nation, thank you for joining. And in the next 2 minutes, I'll be giving you some of the headline from Nigeria.
Taraba State must stop in all the states of Nigeria. Otherwise, Somalia will be a child's play. I ask every one of you to be alert and defend your country, defend your territory, defend your state. You have nowhere else to go. You have nowhere else to go. God bless our country.
Wow. What more could I have added to that? He said it exactly how it is. And if you look at all the headlines, 11 killings, 20 killings, 700 Christians killed as a farewell gift to Nigerian former president, according to ACI Africa. Muslim Fulani killed. And maybe I should tell my engineer to give us the last image quickly before we go. And this image is part of those images that we have seen continuously in Nigeria, but yet nothing seems to be changing. Let's get that image. Bear with me. We're just working on that. And then we will then read some of the headline. But while we are doing that, maybe we should listen one more time to what Yerima was saying to Bola Tinubu. Once again, this is the finest African and Caribbean radio station in London. And my name is OLAMILEKAN.
I'm just proposing a solution to banditry in Nigeria. The bandits, a lot of them have been killed. A lot of them have been arrested. And I'm not saying that the government should just continue to just negotiate indefinitely. No, I said invite them. There are people who repent in all religions, Islam, Christianity, Judaism. You find that God himself who created us, once you repent after committing offenses, after committing sin, he forgives you. So there is no way you can say Nigerians should not be forgiven for if they repent. If repent, they should be rehabilitated and integrated in the society, and then measures will be taken to avoid the occurrence of this menace. But if they don't, like I said, the government has enough power, enough resources, the military.
And that is the report that I'm going to read out before we hand over back to Archie. Muslim Fulani herdsmen in Nigeria reportedly murdered not less than 700 defenseless Christians during the month of May this year, 2023. An investigative report indicates and claims that Christians lost their life as a farewell gift to the former President Muhammadu Buhari, the predecessors of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the new Nigerian president who was sworn in. In Monday, June 12, International Society of Civil Liberties and the Rule of Law report issued with the title Farewell Gift to Buhari as 700 Christians were massacred. We're just going to touch on one or two headlines, and then I'm going to hand over now quickly. The tribunal, Tinubu, Shetima, APC closed their defense in Obi petition. A fraudster hacked 1,000 Naira account using BVN link numbers. Price hike to ensure survival on the POS operator. Just in, APC chairman secretary visit Tinubu at the State House. 8 people are dead in a village attack in East DR Congo. 15 again killed in a suspected Burkina jihadist attack. Subsidy, Taraba government slashes university tuition fee. And also, I got a jam text message that I scored 249. Remember the young girl that is in tango between the jam and a result. Nigerian banks operating cost higher than other countries, according to the MPC. This is how far we can go on the Star Radio UK network. I'll be back again same time next week. Make sure you tune in. But like I always say, this is again your finest African and Caribbean radio station in London.
Star Radio. This is Star Radio. Okay.
And as I say, Nigeria, jaga jaga. We hope that Tinubu will stabilize things. But it seems that tonight, as many of you say, there is no way the new president with his new service chiefs will be able to resolve as many of the insecurity. I will continue to monitor these until next week when I'll be back again with you. But for now, I say good evening and welcome to the last part as I hand over to Archie to take control in the studio. Thank you so much. My name is OLAMILEKAN, and I say, may Nigeria never, never, never happen to you or me. Thank you so much to my loved ones. Thank you to all our listeners from around the world. Make sure you remember that as someone that is killed, that is a human life that is killed. And every human life is very, very important. But it seems that human lives in Nigeria is not important. And that we hope that Bola Tinubu will save as many lives as possible. Thank you so much. Have a very good evening and bye for now.
Looking for a new way to stay refreshed and hydrated? Look no further than iRange Hydration Drink. iRange is perfect for any situation where you need a little pick-me-up. It's low in calories and has a delicious orange flavor that you will love. So don't wait any longer. Grab a can of iRange today and start enjoying the refreshing. Buy online at irange.co.uk.
Ẹ ká padà wá sí ilé báyìí, a ti wà nínú ilé báyìí. Ṣé rí àdúrà àwọn Christian tó ti kú ní Nàìjíríà? Unbelievable. Mo kí mọ́mí mi Grace, mo fi dárú mo ti gbà pé mo rí lẹ́ẹ̀kan. Ṣé àwọn Christian tó ń kú yìí, ṣé wọn kì í ṣèyàn ni? I don't know, I'm confused. Ṣé gbogbo àwọn Christian tó ń pa yìí, ṣé wọn ń ṣe èèyàn ni? Because I am just confused, I don't know. I think the Yoruba world media, I think they might be bringing Professor in. I don't know what the situation is, but let me see if there's any signal of them yet. What I'm with Professor Banja Akintoye and Boa Sorolale. If we can tap into that signal, let me go to the Yoruba World Media. Unbelievable. The amount. Baba mi Ade Osun. Ekalesa. Shey Dadalewa. Yoruba World Media. I'm not sure whether they're live. Okay. Nigeria, American. Okay. They are already live. Let's see. I think they've just started. Nigeria, American Genius finally interview Yoruba Nation Self-Government leader Professor Banja Akintoye. So what we're going to do is we might connect with that network. They're getting ready. Let's move this one a little bit. Take down your Nigeria. I can't be crazy. So they are on the standby. So while we continue, I'll pick the signal as soon as as soon as Tibatiri Prof Tabati Wale, let me Eloba or share Yoruba World Media about share link in Sita. Very, very important. No media around the world is going to talk about us. Awalama Soroni Parawa. So the Baruch Kama Soroni Pani. Awalama Moki Mr. Adam OLAMILEKAN in Ghana. Moki Ubayin Eyan Wakakiri. Grandma Grace JP. Mrs. David Alaji Alabi Moki. Eba Alokmi ètò tó fẹ́ ṣe yẹn. Oh, okay, minimum mute ara mi níbí báyìí. Okay, what's going on? Why? Wọ́n ti ń sọ̀rọ̀. Later àgbọ̀n kan tó ń sọ lọ́dọ̀ tèmi níbí báyìí. Let's go back out and come back in again. No audio. No audio.
Let's say, so-called elders, the local land right now, uses their fellow people over land issues.
All right, I think somebody is still with them at the moment. So, Prophet T. Wale Sibe. In fact, take close the started the river. All right, disconnected that one. All right. No, maintaining so anyway. Prophet today. Prophet Wale. It's a prof.
And it is not directed at the elders. Young people do it. Old people do it. It's part of the diseases of Nigeria that has passed into the life of Yoruba people. The Yoruba believe very strongly that God is the creator of human life. I don't know the word. The creator of human life, and therefore we Yoruba have found the human life. But we've been through this 60-something years in a barbarous country. And Daddy, I'm sorry, I'm interrupt. There's no voice. There's no voice on YouTube. Koikimedia.
No voice is bad.
Send the message. There's no voice. Papa, I'm going to room and you come in.
There is voice now. I'm monitor. Let them continue.
Daddy, I'm about one area upload later. Yes, I shall work through it. That is an aberration that has passed through because the last of the world from Nigeria. Nigeria is the home of things like that. But it is not true that you cannot tell what percentage of Yoruba people are involved in That's a small group, but it does happen. Okay. Thank you so much. Now, you mentioned the word Nigeria. Without Dr. Akinwumi, please for our question. I need that question to be raised in Yoruba. Because of our people, that question might look like, oh, I read that somewhere. And the response of our household, Dr. Sami, the question is that Dr. Akinwumi there. Thank you for the question. Dr. Akinwumi asked our Baba that 96% of the Yoruba descendant uses a human being for ritual to making money, to acting and all that. And Baba responded that when we are talking about this, it has nothing to do with Edan's person. And for me, this happened. This has been happening for centuries. It is not only about Yoruba. It's happening about Yoruba. So, Dr. Sandy, you try to tell our people in Yoruba, or you have to understand. Yes, according to my brother, currently, that's why you're taking us to one for you. If you're the one and you will not to the job, the one and say, so that you can use record. Only I will go forward. Anti-Intermission noise. Who is it that is trying to distract? Please, please, put yourself, please. Akalamago, I think the noise is coming from you, please. Yeah, everyone. Yeah, okay, no, about coming to get you, I will take this.
Audio to the law.
Báwo ló ṣe rí báwo ló ṣe ṣe yẹ kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀ àbájá wọn ló wù pé ìgbà yìí bóyá àwọn àgbàlagbà ọ̀hún sọ pé wọ́n ń forúkọ àwọn ọmọ ìgbà àwọn tó ń ṣe fúnfún bẹ́ẹ̀ lẹ̀ àwọn àgbàlagbà ṣe àgbàlagbà tó máa ń ṣeré àwọn làtà ògbómù báyìí àwọn wọn lọ́wọ́ tó lè jẹ́ wípé ìgbà ìwáṣẹ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bí àwọn atajẹ́ Yorùbá bá ṣe ó jẹ́ nǹkan tó fi ń jáde nínú àṣà àti ìṣe wa tí ò ọmọ wọn ní ẹni tó pàṣẹ ẹni tó fi àrùn eré àti ẹni tó fi rí a máa ń sábò fún ẹ̀sìn tó bá ṣe faramọ́lẹ̀ àwọn ọmọ ìtura láti ẹ̀rọ wọn láyé ká wà níbi níbi ìlú ìlú àtúmọ̀ ní òṣìṣẹ́ náà pé ọkọ̀ náà ló padà àwọn ibi tí dókítà lè fún gbé àwọn bàbá lọ lórí pé kò ẹgbẹ́ bàbá báyìí.
Yes, my answer is they claim that 96% of any group of people in Yoruba land is a gross exaggeration. It is not true. Secondly, the statement that it is done only by the elders is also not true. It's done at every level of society. And finally, my statement about it is that this is one of the aberrations that have happened to the life of the Yoruba people from the past. It is the poverty, the hopelessness that is pushing all sorts of people to look for means of survival at all costs. Traditionally, we Yoruba were known worldwide as great respecters of human life. But now, I've been in Nigeria for 60 years. I'm brutalized and copyright, very vicious. And so all sorts of things are happening among them, which is one reason why our young people are saying they want their own country. Thank you. Let me mention the word poverty. Poverty is crisis. So let me give an example. Because I was told that it's even your own people that is inflicting that poverty upon their own people. Let me give you the example. Like last year, that's 2022. The then president of Nigeria, General Buhari, gave all states Nigeria money in order to help their football education. The tailoring, bandits and last year, 2022, the then president of Nigeria, General Buhari, gave all the states in Nigeria, all the state governments in Nigeria, money to give to their people. Now, you believe that only, and I have the evidence, only Yoruba governments did not follow what Buhari said that they want to. The money is given to people that are their business. Okay, Buhari gave 3,000 people in this state, some people in this state, to be given 3.5 million. Are you hearing me, prof? To be given 3.5 million naira each to 3,000 people. Do you believe that the governors of all the states in the southwest did not follow that through? Whereas they are not just giving the people 100, they give 100 people instead of 3,000 people. And they give them 1,000 naira. What can you say to that? Let us get these things clear. The tendency of all the policies in Nigeria are towards pauperizing the people more and more. Occasionally, in order to play to the international audience, Buhari might say, oh, we are giving X asset to particular persons and so on and so forth. But the truth is that Buhari doesn't have his hand in anything that reduces the poverty of the people. The poverty of the group that he belongs to is to make people poorer so that the policy of the group that he belongs to is that people should be made poorer so that they become more amenable to control by the rulers. That's the policy that we believe in deeply. It might be resulting that you will say you give money to some people, but the truth of the matter is, in Nigeria, what you see is not what is there. Our leaders, our rulers, go and steal food in refugee camps, in internally displaced refugee camps, and sell it. So that what I'm saying is, why is it that only the Southwest government did not follow what Buhari said they use the money. That did not follow. The
In other states, eastern states, the government they gave it to their people, but the southwest governors that was not did not follow. That is, instead of that to give their people 3.5 million each to be given to different people. They did not follow it. Why 1.5 million each? Each church is 2.5 million each. Those who followed it, did they give it to their people? No, it's not borrowed. It's not borrowed. I said no. You need to understand the realities of Nigeria. Those governors, other parts of Nigeria, who went and borrowed the money, did they give it to their people? It's not an The money is not borrowed. It's not borrowed. It's not borrowed. Only because they the governors. The governors will be giving to their people, to their it is borrowed. Doesn't matter. The money comes into the possession of the governors. How many governors in Nigeria will really give it to anyone? For themselves? Why do we raise the Yoruba and Yoruba? Whereas what they have done is what every government. That's the direction in Nigeria. The leaders appropriate all the benefits of society to themselves. I just mentioned an example. The international community donates money to a refugee camp. The Nigerian leaders go and take the resources from there and go to sell it and keep the money for themselves. That's the way Nigeria is. And that's why thoughtful people like me are scared about Nigeria who continue to be part of Nigeria. Clear. In quarters, international quarters, 3.5 billion for a number of people in each state. Have they ever investigated in their state? Any of the money? But it was only the Southwest government that did not follow that direction. But the eastern governors and the federal governors, they followed the directives. They gave the money to the people. But my question is, what is that? What is the money is to help. The money is to help all these postal people, all the postal people, in order to boost their businesses. But it was only the Southwest government, Yoruba government, are doing businesses as a result of this 3.5 million. How many in Nigeria? Each to be given to 3,000 people. To be given to 3,000 people.
Dr. Agwedesa.
In any state are known to be doing any business with the 3.5 million. Okay. There was not 3.5 million to anybody.
Dr. Agwedesa. Are you saying this based on an actual fact statement?
Yes, correct. Correct. Yes.
So
correct, yes.
There is a proof that every other governor, except the Yorubas, disbursed the money judicially.
Yes, correct.
All right.
Yes.
Can I also ask
the northern governors, there is no such proof. There is no such information that every other governor gave the money to their people, but the Yoruba governor didn't give. There is no such information anywhere.
I'm not aware of it.
It's conjecture. Okay. Yoruba people themselves will say that. Yoruba people themselves will say that about their governors, and the rest of the world might then end up believing it. Because Yoruba people we have been told that it is everybody. We have been told that people outside here,
So when people outside hear what the Yoruba people are saying about their own governor, they go on and repeat it. It is not true. It is
Thank
not
you, sir.
true.
In addition, Dr. Agbede, are you aware of the humanitarian package by the ex-humanitarian minister and the fact that majority of these were disbursed in the north?
Okay, let's leave that. Let's leave that. Now,
okay.
Prof, let us, Prof. What happened to Nigeria? Let's flash back. Let us start from 1980 to be precise. 19 to be precise. We can recollect really well that our naira is even more valuable than the dollar. Prof, is that correct? Yes or no?
Yes. In 1979, if I put my naira to the bank to buy dollars, I will get $1.2.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, we were being told that it was during Babangida regime, 1984, that our naira started falling. Is that correct?
That what? I didn't hear you clearly.
I said it was during Babangida regime, 1984, that our naira started falling. Is that correct?
It started to fall after 1983.
Yes, sir. It was during the Shagari administration that it started coming down.
It started to fall even under Shagari.
Yes.
By the time I was in the Senate.
Thank you.
And I think that by the time we finished in Senate at the end of 1983, October 1983, the naira had fallen terribly.
Thank you, Prof.
And it has continued to fall ever since then.
Thank you, Prof. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Prof. Thank you, Prof. We have been told that the major player in sponsoring Babangida into power. Do you know the major player?
The major player in what?
The major player in sponsoring Babangida into power. Into power. Do you know the major player?
I didn't get that.
Okay.
The major player bringing Babangida to power?
Yes, correct. In 1982, yes. Who's the major player?
Yeah, there are stories about civilians who helped. For instance, people say it's Abiola and so on. Yeah, MKO.
I think you are correct. You are correct. Yeah, MKO, Abiola, yes. Yeah, and we have been told that because of the selfish interest of Abiola, that because we were told that Buhari administered then they confiscated his newsprints that he imported from abroad for his Concord newspaper. Is that correct?
Let me say something about Abiola. I was one of the leaders around Chief Awolowo, or the young leaders around Chief Awolowo, who created the Unity Party of Nigeria. And I remember, and the Unity Party of Nigeria is the most democratic in policy making in the history of Africa. Abiola was opposed to us. He was giving large amounts of money to the NPN. Yeah. And when they came to power, they began to share a lot of Nigerian money. And the currency began to plummet. And poverty entered into Nigeria. The corruption was so enormous that it laid the foundation of a culture of corruption that nobody has ever been able to deal with. Nobody can deal with it. So that's Abiola, but that's one person.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
The overwhelming majority of Yoruba leaders, Yoruba politicians, Yoruba young men like me, we were promoting the most people-oriented policy for Nigeria ever. By 1979, I was one of those. I wrote the manifesto of the Unity Party of Nigeria.
Okay,
and I have always been very proud about that.
You mentioned
we were going to make Nigeria a working country where the opportunities will be spread to among all the people. That's what we were going to do.
Okay, thank you, Prof.
And we were opposed very vigorously.
Thank you, Prof.
Yeah, that's the situation.
Thank you, Prof. You mentioned the 1999. So let's jump into that. About the national constitution, what is your take about it? About the 1999 constitution, what's your take about it?
Nobody who is minutely serious will regard the 1999 constitution as a constitution. It's a forgery, outright forgery. The military ruler gathered a handful of people in his office and they wrote a constitution. And he went and decreed it to law and wrote a memo to put it before the public and say, we Nigerians have decided this is the constitution we want. Nobody ever contributed to it. And we have been saying that since then. But Nigeria is a place where such an evil happens, there's no way of correcting it. There is none. The people who control the affairs of Nigeria love corruption and crookedness. And so when a piece of crookedness of that magnitude has been foisted on the nation, nobody can correct it. You can shout until the sun comes falling down.
Okay.
No, you are not going to get any success.
Okay, Prof, thank you so much. Now, that constitution just mentioned, is it not, when they are making the constitution, is it not jointly made, that is, with the affairs of the northern, the eastern, and the Yoruba people? They jointly made that constitution.
No, I didn't get that.
I said about the 1999 constitution. When they are making that constitution, is it not that they make it jointly adopted it? That is between among the Yoruba, the Igbos, the Hausas, they jointly made the constitution. Is that not correct?
That they helped the military dictator to write the constitution?
Yes, correct.
I don't know how anybody came to that kind of information. No. The information the generality of Nigeria has is that he collected a few people whom he liked. Whether they were Yoruba or Igbo, nobody exactly knows. And they wrote the constitution the way he asked them to write it. And he paid them money for it. And then he went forward to go and decree it into law without passing it to the Nigerian people. And he said that it was written by us, we Nigerians. It's an outright fraud. But if we cannot, since we have not been able to correct the fraud, there is nothing to say other than that, okay, this is the way you want to live. We Yoruba don't have to live like this with you. And so we have taken our decision, we're leaving. That's all.
Okay, you mentioned Yoruba now, just Yoruba now, just Yoruba. So that means you want a Yoruba nation. Is that correct?
Yes, Yoruba nation, yes.
Yeah, that's what you okay. That's okay. You want Yoruba nation. Okay, why? Okay, tell the whole world, Prof, please tell the whole world why you want a Yoruba nation. Thanks so much.
Okay, we are a civilization building people. From ancient times, from the 9th century AD, when the rest of Black Africa was living in purely rural bush existence, we Yoruba created the first urbanized society on the African continent. And we were the only urbanized people for many, many centuries. So many parts of Africa were still did not have towns or cities even until the British and the French came. That's one thing.
So we are people who have a clear idea that we want to live dignified lives. So the second thing is this, that when in 1950s, the British created 3 regions and gave each region semi-independence and set up a government to manage the semi-independence in their region. We Yoruba immediately jumped far ahead of all the regions and created the most democratic society, the most advancing society, built more roads, more water supply for cities, and created the first free primary education on the African continent, the first of a lot of things. Yes, and our region was so prosperous that we were lending money to the federal government. Yeah, we were lending money to the federal government, and sometimes we gave them outright grants. Our civil service was the best administrative unit on the African continent.
Okay,
from time to time we loaned personnel to the federal government, or we gave them personnel so as to help their civil service to develop. So we are not part of Nigeria, really.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Prof, let me mention.
We want to get out and be who we are.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Let me mention just 3 names, and they're going to tell the whole world which part of Nigeria are these 3 people from. Olusegun Obasanjo, Professor Wole Soyinka, and Ahmed Bola Tinubu. These 3 people, just to name 3 people, which part of Nigeria are they from?
They are Yoruba, right? Yes. And so what?
Okay, no.
In every society,
we are talking to the whole world.
Want good for the people.
We are talking to the whole world.
In every human society.
Okay.
Again, good for the people.
Again,
like Awolowo, who devoted all his life to make the life of the people better. But there are people who don't care about the welfare of the people, and who just are pushing their own advantages in society.
So, Prof, again, let me mention their names again, please. That's what going on.
I don't need you to mention the names. What I am telling you is that the predominant tendency among Yoruba people is to work for the improvement of the quality of life of the people.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof.
I don't deny that.
Thanks so much, Prof. So, you are saying that,
Dr. Agbede, if you will allow me to buttress in a little bit, because we've been speaking in English, and I'm going through the comments. You know, we are doing this program, but not for ourselves, but for people out there. And yeah, so if you allow me to call Alhaji Alagbala to rephrase this, to break it just a little bit in Yoruba, out there for our people, and he might even throw a question to you by yourself, like, you know. All right, Mr. Alagbala, can you please come in Yoruba so that people that kind of out of context, they will know exactly what is going on right here. Thank you, sir.
Ẹ ṣé bàbá Rúpọ̀rí, ẹ ṣé mo dúpẹ́. Ṣé ẹ gbọ́ mi dáadáa?
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ má bínú, ẹran léyà ló ọ̀rá yẹn ló pọ̀ jù tó wá bí lóhùn díẹ̀.
Èmi náà rí bẹ́ẹ̀.
Mo kí Dr. Agbede, mo kí bàbá wa Prof. Wọ́n kú atótónu. Nítòótọ́ wọ́n mú ẹyẹ bọ̀ lápò ni. Àti ìmọ̀bí tó ń lọ. Ṣùgbọ́n àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn ó ń lọ sí lójú tèmi àwọn direction yìí pé ìgbà tí èèyàn bá sọ wípé tá a bá ní Nàìjíríà bàjẹ́ a lè yọ ọwọ́ Yorùbá kúrò ńbẹ̀. Ṣùgbọ́n bàbá wa bẹ̀rẹ̀ láti ṣàlàyé pé ọ̀rọ̀ Nàìjíríà òun ló ba Yorùbá jẹ́ o. Nítorí pé àwọn Yorùbá tí ẹ̀ ń tọ́ka sí yìí a ti ní history before kó tó di pé adé Nàìjíríà. So gẹ́gẹ́ bí àpẹẹrẹ àwọn nǹkan tí wọ́n béèrè nípa ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn gómìnà wa wípé àwọn owó kan wà tíjọba Buhari ṣètò ṣùgbọ́n àwọn gómìnà Àríwá wọ́n fi ṣọwọ́ sí àwọn èèyàn wọn ṣùgbọ́n wọ́n ní kò rí bẹ́ẹ̀. Ṣùgbọ́n a ò rí ẹ̀rí àkọsílẹ̀ tó dájú gẹ́gẹ́ bí bàbá wa pòfẹ́sọ̀ ṣe sọ pé eléyìí dàbí ẹni pé ọ̀rọ̀ àtẹnudẹ́nu àhesọ ni àti wípé gbogbo àwọn gómìnà tí ń bẹ lórí òfin Nàìjíríà ni wọ́n ń ṣe gbogbo kinní yìí o ṣùgbọ́n ó dàbí ẹni pé àwọn dókítà wa Àgbẹ̀dẹ ọ̀rọ̀ tí Yorùbá ló kàn wọ́n dẹ̀ tẹnu wọn wípé àwọn gómìnà Yorùbá ṣe lè wọ́n tún tẹ̀síwájú wọ́n béèrè pé ìgbà wo ni owó Nàìjíríà tí à ń lò tẹ́lẹ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bá a ṣe mọ̀ àwọn owó yìí ó gbé pẹ́ẹ́lí tó ju dọ́là lọ kódà nígbà kan owó wa tó bá ní pọ́ùn kan 2 naira ní 1 pound tí àwọn ìyá wa sì máa ń pè ní pọ́ùn kan ṣùgbọ́n bàbá wa jẹ́ kí ó yé Dr. Àgbẹ̀dẹ wípé owó yìí ò bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní bàjẹ́ látàyè Babangida tí Dr. Àgbẹ̀dẹ sọ wípé olóògbé Abíọ́lá pẹ̀lú àwọn èèyàn gbòógì tó gbé sí orí ipò owó yìí ní tòótọ́ ó bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní bàjẹ́ látàyè Ṣàgàrí ni tí a bá rántí owó tí a kọ́kọ́ ní tó surplus before first act tí wọ́n ń pè ní owó ìdòjì owó pọ̀ débi pé surplus wọ́n ń béèrè pé kí la fẹ́ fi owó yìí ṣe ìdòjì nígbà yẹn ni finance minister ó ní kán pín owó bí wọ́n ṣe ń pín palliative fáwọn Amẹ́ríkà wọ́n ti ṣerú ẹ̀ ní Nàìjíríà lẹ́yìn yẹn owó pọ̀ ńlẹ̀ Múrítàlá ó ṣọdún owó à ń pè ní first tax 77 ṣùgbọ́n ìjọba Ṣàgàrí òun ni ìjọba tó wọlé tí owó yẹn bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní bàjẹ́ nítòótọ́ a rí àwọn bíi Akínlóye Àdìsá àwọn Abíọ́lá tí wọ́n tako ìgbékalẹ̀ UPN tí àwọn bàbá wa tí wọ́n ṣe ètò ẹ̀ nígbà yẹn láyé Awólọ́wọ̀ tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n tẹ̀lé àwọn ará ilẹ̀ Haúsá yìí lọ a ò tí ì mọ nǹkan tí Dr. Àgbẹ̀dẹ tó fẹ́ fàyọ níbẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n ṣe ló dàbí ẹni pé wọ́n sọ pé iṣẹ́ táwọn ará bí ń ṣe yìí ó dàbí ẹni pé àwọn Yorùbá kan wà tí wọ́n ń ṣe agbátẹrù fún wọn ó dàbí ẹni pé kókó ọ̀rọ̀ tí mo rò pé Dr. Àgbẹ̀dẹ ń sọ nìyẹn bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ló ṣe máa rí ṣùgbọ́n bàbá wa wá tẹnu mọ́ wípé èyí tó ṣe pàtàkì fún wa ni wípé nígbà tó ń béèrè pé kí la ṣe fẹ́ lọ wípé a ní nǹkan tó ń pè ní history tó ń pè ní ìtàn tí ó fi hàn wá pé ta ní Yorùbá kóyìnbó tó dé lẹ́yìn tóyìnbó dé ta ní Yorùbá lẹ́yìn tí wọ́n dà wá pọ̀ ní Nàìjíríà báwo ni Yorùbá ṣe ń ṣe lẹ́yìn tí wọ́n wá lọ tán tí wọ́n gbé kalẹ̀ tí wọ́n ní ká rọra máa ṣe ìjọba ẹlẹ́kùnjẹkùn tá à ń pè ní federation tá a ní Western region báwo ni Yorùbá ṣe ṣe eléyìí ni bàbá wa ń tẹnumọ́ pé ó fi hàn wá àwọn ìtàn yìí wípé tí Yorùbá bá ń ṣe dáadáa kóyìnbó tó dé wọ́n ń ṣe dáadáa lẹ́yìn tóyìnbó dé lẹ́yìn tóyìnbó dà wá pọ̀ wọ́n ń ṣe dáadáa lẹ́yìn tóyìnbó lọ tán tó ń fún Yorùbá láyè láti ṣèjọba wọn ráńpẹ́ ní Western region gbogbo wa la rí báwa la tayọ kadẹ̀gbó ta fakọyọ tá à ń ṣe oríṣiríṣi nǹkan tí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ilẹ̀ adúláwọ̀ ò tí ì ṣe eléyìí fi hàn wá pé nǹkan kan ló ṣẹlẹ̀ kí ni nǹkan náà Nàìjíríà ló sọ àwọn èèyàn wa kò síbi téèyàn burúkú ò sí ṣùgbọ́n arrangement Nàìjíríà yẹn ó dàbí pé òun ló ń fún àǹfààní fún àwọn èèyàn kan láàárín wa láti pàdé àpòpọ̀ máwọn ẹni tọ̀hún láti dojú ètò ìjọba wa bolẹ̀ tí a bá lè dá dúró ojú á kojú tójú bá kojú ẹnu á rí dẹ̀rẹ̀dẹ̀rẹ̀ àti pé a lè padà sí bí Yorùbá ṣe ń ṣe ètò kí ó tó di pé àwọn kan ń ṣe agbódegbà nínú Yorùbá tó ń pàdé àpòpọ̀ mọ́ àwọn ẹ̀yà mìíràn lórí ọ̀rọ̀ pé Nàìjíríà lájọ ń ṣe tí ó dẹ̀ jẹ́ pé kò jẹ́ kí ìlọsíwájú wà tó àwọn bàbá wa máa parí ẹ̀ pẹ̀lú òwe wọ́n ní tíná bá jó ni tó bá jọ ọmọ ẹni tara ẹni la máa kọ́kọ́ yàn mo rò pé tí bàbá wa ń sọ nìyẹn pé ọ̀rọ̀ Nàìjíríà ó yàtọ̀ sí èmi àti yín ó yàtọ̀ sí agbọ́ èdè ara wa wọn á ní ẹnìkan wá láti east ẹnìkan wá láti north àfẹ́ràn ara wa ṣùgbọ́n tí Yorùbá bá dá dúró
àti rí n tó lè bí wà so ìyẹn làwọn ṣe pè tí apá ò bá ṣe sán o àáká lórí tíwájú ò bá ṣe lọ.
ìgbà tá a ti rí pé apá ò ṣe é ṣán ìṣe pé tá apá ò bá ṣe é ṣán a ti rí pé apá ò ṣe é ṣán.
apá ò ṣe é ṣán so káká lórí ẹ ṣe wo lóòtú bó ṣe rí nìyẹn so far.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. God bless you. Alhaji Alagbala, the spokesperson, foreign spokesperson for Professor Banji Akintoye. So we are coming back to Dr. Akinyemi Agbede.
Thank you so much. Prof, thank you, sir. So let me please rephrase that my question again by mentioning the three names again. I know where I'm going, please, Prof. Now, their names is Olusegun Obasanjo, Professor Wole Soyinka, and Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Prof, these three people, which tribe or tribes in Nigeria are they from? Thank you, Prof.
I'm sure you can answer that. They're all Yoruba, yes.
Okay, thanks so much. Now, then my next question is, why is it that last year, to be precise, General Olusegun Obasanjo retired, once mentioned that he preferred that he used the phrase, my Nigerianness is far more better than the Yoruba-ness. That statement, what do you think, Prof? What are statements, please?
Well, I don't think a whole nation can be asked to explain why any one person among them will feel like that. I am a citizen of the Yoruba nation too, and my being Yoruba is superior 1 billion times to me than being a Nigerian. Okay, so if one person is saying that being Nigerian is more valuable to him, that's a sign that the Yorubas don't want their country. That's not so. That's a perverse kind of reasoning. Obasanjo doesn't want a Yoruba nation. He has his own reasons, and I'm not going to be telling you here. He has his own reasons, and they are personal to him.
Thank you, Prof. Now, Prof. Last year also, Professor Wole Soyinka, and I know you know him very well, he even traveled to Cotonou to meet with you and Sunday Igboho. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Prof. Now, so my amazement, or to you also, you know what I'm talking about. When this I want to talk about is classified. When they say that, okay, he should come and what's called signed or do something. Why did he refuse? He refused to follow Yoruba nation. Why? You know what I'm talking about?
No, I can't remember that. Can you repeat it?
Okay, I don't want to get you into that. That is, okay. Once upon a time, Professor Wole Soyinka traveled and met with you and
yes. Yeah, yes.
Correct. Okay. Now, when the nations, or I don't want to get to, you know what I'm talking about. When they say, okay, when the nations of the world mention his name, and said that, okay, he should now sign something, or should sign something through you. Why did you refuse?
Listen.
You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about.
The behavior of particular persons. Let me tell you, among the people who are university professors like myself and are Yoruba, there is great amazement that one of them is doing what I'm doing now. It's not that.
Why I mentioned his name?
It is not that they don't love the Yoruba nation, but they can't imagine themselves dragging themselves down to the floor in order to come and save the Yoruba nation. They won't do it.
So there are people like that. It is not my duty to explain their behavior or their thinking.
Thank you. Because why I mentioned his name in particular is that in the face of the popularity of Yoruba people, he was saying that he loved them, even traveled to meet the two. But alas, when it comes to that thing I'm talking about, he refused. He refused. No, I'm talking about.
His refusal is a personal choice, and it has nothing to do with the overwhelming majority of Yoruba people. I would say 90% of Yoruba people are tired of Nigeria today.
Okay.
Whatever anybody who is an elite may say to himself and his wife in their home, the truth is that the people we see in the streets, in the marketplaces, they are all tired of Nigeria.
Okay. Thank you, Baba. So it's gonna be turned to dialogues now, and I think if you will permit me, Dr. Akinyemi Agbede, and I have a question for you yourself. Okay, if it is okay, if you want to, if it is okay by you, sir. Okay. My question for you, before I ask a question from you, I will first ask Prof. Baba, I read in your book, and I read in other historian stuff as well, like the Yoruba ethnics already have a government in place. There is a rules and regulation and everything. Even in Benin, there is an empire in Benin. So, sir, with the comments that I saw from your children all over the world they were putting in right now, is it truly that Yoruba is being in existence, have with their own system of ruling, as have the system of what they are doing things before the colonialism comes out?
Of course, we had one of the most orderly systems of government in the world before the Europeans came. When we created the first towns in the 9th century AD, we began to establish a situation in which every town was governed by a king called an Oba. The kingdom was not necessarily just one town. There would be smaller towns and villages around it, all of them owing allegiance to that king. Some kings were large, some were small, but every kingdom had an Oba. And the Oba ruled through different grades of chiefs in the society. That's our system is so democratic that, unlike monarchical governments worldwide, where when the king dies, his son, or usually his first child, comes in immediately to rule, and the people have no choice in the matter. Among us Yoruba, we rejected that. We created a situation in which we ourselves selected one of the members of the royal family to be our king. We are the only example in the world of that happening. And I could go on. The level of sophistication of our government was such that for a long, long time, for more than 5 centuries, Yoruba land was peaceful and prosperous. And one of our kingdoms even went out and created an empire by conquering non-Yoruba peoples. Yeah, that's who we are. We don't belong to the pedestrian situation in Nigeria where nothing is of order. There is no order. There is no respect. Yoruba people respect the right of the individual so much that even if the king called a meeting in the palace, the smallest boy there had the right to speak, to express his opinion. And nobody could stop him. The Oba himself would not ask anybody to stop him, no matter what he was saying. And we are the only people in the world who have this the saying, both young and old have some wisdom to contribute. That's our rule of life from the beginning of our existence as a people.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, we have our own system of government, of course.
Thank you so much, sir. That's awesome. And my question now goes to Dr. Akiemi Agbede, sir. You said you are from Nigeria. What state, what part?
Okay. Thanks so much, Baba Rukori. Thanks so much. I'm from Ekiti State in Nigeria. Ekiti State.
Okay, good. If I may ask you, when last do you visit that part of Nigeria?
Oh, let me see. To be precise, that was before my parents died. That was 2015.
That was when I left. That's kind of 10 years ago, if I'm right.
Baba, it's lolly to pay.
Baba, it's answer your question. Because you said that part of was I'm visiting Lagos.
Baba, it's lolly to pay. Kò mọ tó ń lọ lé rárá mọ́ ti pẹ́ l'Amẹ́ríkà ó mà ṣe o. Ẹ jà continue.
The state couple of weeks ago.
There is a place called Ikogusi.
Yeah.
And which should be the best where people should visit. A hot, warm water is running, and as well a cold water, same source. I've never seen that in all of my life. I don't know, I might be wrong. Maybe that is somewhere else. But if somebody like you, sir, what will be your response if you become a senator to United States of this the most powerful? Let me just say it like that, sir. Okay. Because for now, when I got to Ekiti, sir, I must be honest with you, people are wallow in poverty.
Horrible poverty.
Okay, to answer your question, because I want to be a senator in America, not in Nigeria. And why I want to be a senator in America is that if we and all of us work and recollect really well that 3 years ago here in America, May 25th of 2020, what happened? That was a knee on the neck of George Floyd. George Floyd was killed on May 25th of 2020. That was here in America.
That's
and
correct.
They couldn't believe that up to now, Baba Rukori, anti-black hate crime bill has not been signed. So that means that right now that I'm talking to you, all the black people here in America up to now, they're not a human being. They're not a mere property. So these are the things that prepare me that I'm going to go to the Senate and then push that thing, push it. So that
Kò fẹ́ jà fún Amẹ́ríkà, kò fẹ́ jà fún Yorùbá nation. Ó dẹ̀ fi máa béèrè àwọn ìbéèrè òmùgọ̀.
Into a human being, if a anti-black hate crime bill can be signed. So these are my major thing here. That's why I'm running. Majorly. Yeah, because that thing was very, very sad. Thank God you two live here in America. Yeah. If you can recollect that 2021, Chinese people here in America, they have been brutalized. But immediately, that's correct. Immediately, anti-Asian hate crime bill was signed, putting an end to the brutality of the Chinese people here. But right now that I'm talking to you, anti-black hate crime bill has not been signed. So that means the black people living in America right now, as of this moment, they are not a human being. They're a property, which is supposed not to be.
Okay, doctor, if I may put this to you, like, now we know the reason and the objective that why you are going to the Senate.
That's my major objective. So that I can push that thing and sign. Yes.
And I pray that the Lord will lead you. But I have yes, sir. I have no more.
If I may, I want a conclusion from Doctor because what be a series of questions. So Kato Bossi, foreign politics and the doctor is a bit on
okay,
yes.
Benny, ìdí tí mo fi fẹ́ bèrè question yẹn lọ́wọ́ wọn nìyẹn kán wá kúkú dáhùn ẹ̀ papọ̀.
Okay, sir.
Dáwọn ẹgbẹ́ mi tí mo sọ pé mo lọ sẹ́kìtì pẹ̀lú ìbéèrè wọn yẹn.
What be a series of questions, but we're yet to see what we go on law.
Yes, if people politicians, if a politician in Nigeria can what how can I refer it? That's because the way and manner they're not pushing, they're not always pushing that to something true. Not okay. If as you have said that if I'm done in their position, look for instance, when how many politicians in Nigeria that no, only myself and Buhari, for that thing. And you see, many politicians in Nigeria, they don't want to do that. So if I do what? That is helping their people, like politicians, helping their people so that they can progress and also stop the ritual killings in Nigeria. No, many politicians in Nigeria they don't want to do that. That is in stopping the rampant of ritual killings in Nigeria. That was why I give an example of Timothy Adegoke. That happened 2 years ago. How many politicians came out? No, none, zero. That was why you can see Adedoyin then. You can see that man Adedoyin openly in the court at Abuja. He was also referring to Bade, senior brother of deceased Timothy, that Bade are going to die because he Adedoyin has all these poor people behind him. So all these politicians, they don't want to come out and talk about this. So what I will do if I become the senator in Nigeria is to stop all these ritual killings. And it's not good.
Thank you, sir. So now let's come to what Babala said.
Let me add something.
Okay.
Let me add something before you go on.
Okay, sir.
This thing that we are talking here tonight need picking faults into the fabric of Yoruba society. Ọbásanjọ́ ọmọ Yorùbá ni ní Nàìjíríà lẹ Wọlé Ṣóyínká lòun ò lè sọ̀rọ̀ fún Yorùbá nation. Abíọ́lá Abíọ́lá ló pé Babangida ṣé ó rí oyè, and Babangida is the beginning of the actual total destruction of Nigeria. There is no society, there is no nation on earth. You'll all sorts of crooked people here. You'll all sorts of unpatriotic people here. The world must not judge the Yoruba nation because of those people. They are not the true measure of the Yoruba spirit. Okay, the true measure of the Yoruba spirit are the millions of young Yoruba people who are milling around, trying to save their country from the Fulani, trying to follow Fulani into the bush and fighting them there. Yeah, I don't get Yoruba. I want to listen. You want to come and yet they are ready to give the only thing they have, but That is their life.
Okay, bro. Thank you, bro. Bro, let me ask you.
You ignore those people and you are talking
Jẹ́ kí
about
Prọfẹ̀tà sọ̀rọ̀ kí wọ́n
Obasanjo.
kàn sọ̀rọ̀ sí wọn lára.
It's not fair to the Yoruba nation. The trend of your
Ìwọ
questions
bàbá
is
60 àbí
unfair to
50.
the Yoruba nation.
O wá fẹ́
And
ìpínlẹ̀
I
Yorùbá
think
nation
the
lórí ìbéèrè
international
ẹ̀jẹ̀.
community is here making
Wọ́n pọ̀ l'Amẹ́ríkà
it
bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn.
clear.
Wọ́n ti
We
gbálẹ̀
are
pátápátá.
a human
Àtẹ̀mọ́ bí wọ́n ti lọ gbélé jáde
people.
báyìí.
We are human. There are good ones and bad
Ó ń
ones
jà
and
fún
different
ẹ̀yìn
ones
máa
among
ilé
us.
ń jà fún George
But
Floyd
the ones
l'Amẹ́ríkà.
of their nation who are
Wọ́n
ready
pa
to
àwọn èèyàn
fight for
nílé.
their nation, who are ready to give their life, they are the overwhelming majority of the Yoruba people.
Àwọn tó wà l'Amẹ́ríkà ló ń jà fún.
Therefore, speaking and so on and so on, Obasanjo sọ pé òun ò kì í ṣe Yorùbá pé Nàìjíríà ló ń fine.
La máa ṣe sí.
That does not pass any judgment on the Yoruba nation.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Now, Prof, what is the contradiction here? You said you want Yoruba nation. Is that correct, Prof?
Wọ́n ti sọ yẹn tẹ́lẹ̀ tún béèrè àgbà òun béèrè.
Of course I do.
Thank you.
Only it is the only reasonable, honest, and logical thing to do, given the circumstances in which we have been living since 1962.
Thank you.
Remember, the British maneuvered everything and gave the power in Nigeria to the Fulani. And the Fulani turned around a few months later and crushed the Western region, the leading region in the country. Okay, and we have got the ranks of the poor and wretched since then. And people don't see that. They see only Obasanjo support Yoruba. The other support Babangida. And yeah, why not?
Okay.
Where does that amount to? Okay. There are people of Obasanjo's caliber who are in the military also, who are now passionately in support of the Yoruba nation. You don't know them, so you can't mention their name. I know them.
Okay, but Prof,
the situation. We have to be very careful. We have to be careful how we use the information concerning Nigeria. Don't use one or two people to pillory the Yoruba nation.
Okay, Prof. So, but coincidentally, the person or the man in power right now in Nigeria is a Yoruba man. Is that correct?
That's the number 4 person you will mention. That's all the 4 you know.
No, I said is that correct?
Abiola, and Tinubu. Do you know any other Nigerian? Any other Yoruba?
Ó ti kúrò létí pé bàbá.
Permit me to ask Doctor a question. Doctor, may I ask you a question on that? The question is,
ó ti kúrò létí pé
what is the population of Nigeria, sir?
2015.
Right now, according to 2022 or 2020 census of Nigeria, it's about 210 million people. 210 million people.
Okay, and by the statistic, by the record of the INEC, we have about 90 million or 93 million registered voters. The leading candidate, which is our man, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, do you know with how many votes did he took the mandate, sir?
So you are trying to delay, because that is still.
I'm not delaying. I'm asking a factual question. Since you are pointing to the election, let me make my statement, Doctor. My statement is this: 200 million people. The leading candidate won with less than 9 million votes, followed by Obi, 6 million votes, followed by Atiku, 6 million votes, and Wakwaso 1.5. The whole vote is less than 30 million out of 200 million. Shouldn't that tell you that people are tired of that system, sir? So
thank you so much. Let me before I can answer that
in Yoruba land. And the number of votes in Yoruba land is the lowest ever in any election.
Prof, please let me answer Mr. Alagbala, please.
The number of votes cast in Yoruba land this last election is the lowest we have ever cast.
Let me answer Mr. Alagbala, please. Yes. Mr. Alagbala, before I can answer that correctly, let us wait patiently for the outcome of the presidential petition that is ongoing now. Let us wait so that after that has come,
figure ló ń sọ̀rọ̀ náà wọ́n ní kó sọ figure ló ń sọ̀rọ̀ ká wait.
for you because right now
that is fine, my honorable doctor, with due respect, that is fine, but my point still remain.
I said let me talk.
I am the system, just like Baba said.
Our people are tired. One can answer that correctly. We have to wait patiently. We have to wait patiently for the presidential petition that's going on right now.
eléyìí mọ àwọn èèyàn tó ti pa lẹ́kìtì mo lójú mọ àwọn èèyàn tó ti pa lẹ́kìtì ó ti kúrò ní tipẹ́ 2015 ló ti kúrò ní lókìtì nàìjíríà.
Petition is ongoing right now, so we have to wait patiently for one can.
ẹ jẹ́ kí ìmọ̀ràn ajókòó sẹ́yìn bíbá àwọn afẹ́nù tó ń sọ lọ́hùn. lọ́wọ́ àmì zoom yẹn àti gbà sí fún rẹpẹtẹ.
In fact, it's really going well. And I want to
wọ́n hàn kí bàbá wà intelligent gan.
Send this program to someone.
wọ́n hàn kí bàbá yẹn wà intelligent gan. tó máa twist Professor Akintoye Professor Wọlé Ṣóyínká. bí Professor bá follow Yorùbá nation and then so what? ó nìkan ní Yorùbá man. àwa tá a wá dúró nǹkan kò ṣe sọ pé Kóìkì náà follow Yorùbá nation.
And at this point in time, Baba.
Okay, Eniola blessing. Nigerian government does not understand the language of peace except violence. So what do we do now?
And the purpose of this meeting is not yet phrased well to people out there because some people were saying, okay, look at this guy now, the voice of one, I don't know, as God or something. He was saying something in the comment section like, is this man a Yoruba man or is it just it's not a Yoruba or something? Because they don't really understand what you are trying to say. Now, straight out, Baba. This program might come again because it's not going to be okay to just end like this. People will not even know the positive and the negative.
Baba Latif Olamide sọ pé this man is an Hausa man. Hausa tó ti gbé nínú màá ṣeré jàre Azeez.
In the studio.
Bàbá rò pé ní sùúrù. Yá àwọn Hausa tó ti gbé ní yá àwọn Fúlàní tó bí sékìtì ní bàbá ẹ̀. Èèyàn rò pé ọmọ Yorùbá lélẹ̀. Ó ń sọ̀rọ̀ ritual. Ọ̀rọ̀ ritual nìkan tó wà nílẹ̀ nísìn. Boko Haram pààyàn. Èyí ṣe lè gbọ́ pé wọ́n pààyàn ní Ogun State ṣá. Ó ń sọ̀rọ̀ Adédoyin. Ó ń sọ̀rọ̀ ritual. Sọ̀rọ̀ ritual là ń sọ nísìn. À ń sọ̀rọ̀ pé wọ́n pa wá. Wọ́n eliminate wa. Àwọn Boko Haram. Yẹ̀rìmà ní kí Tinubu járíjì òun. Oríṣiríṣi àwọn Yorùbá wà l'Amẹ́ríkà. Ṣẹ̀rí pé ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà ń lé mi sọ fún pé ẹni brain ju jẹ́ kémi ò rọ́ sínú zoom yẹn. Mo sọ fún pé ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà ní Nàìjíríà. Ẹni brain jẹun tó wà lábúrọ̀dì lọ. Láì. Ó ṣe wúwa táwà lábúrọ̀dì láwà òkè o. Mo parọ́ gbogbo àwọn táwà lábúrọ̀dì kan láwà òkè.
Seem to actually belong to the group of people who are actually anti-Yoruba nation. That is, whether you accept or don't accept, that is the truth.
Ó yẹ kó tẹ̀ bèrè lọ́wọ́ òun náà pé tó fẹ́ Yorùbá nation.
The Nigeria you are saying.
Bí àwọn Nàìjíríà ni bàbá rẹ̀ náà ó lè jẹ́ one Nigeria.
It's a fallacy. It's a scam.
I think it's a one Nigeria.
And the whole world knows this. But the benefit that the Europeans are raking from it, inclusive of America and other Western nations, are the reason why they are trying as much as possible to make sure that silver, bronze, and gold are being matched together, which eventually or inevitably are going to separate and come down with the other. Yoruba nation is bigger than your thoughts, simply because people who are put together to ensure that Yoruba nation comes to be
one Nigeria ni bàbá yìí.
Your own perception of
what the
Yoruba nation is going to be the country.
Question ẹni sọ̀rọ̀ bàbá òkèbí àbẹ́rẹ́ ogun question rà lágbàràgbà tó ń béèrè one Nigeria nínà wọ́n ń béèrè irú wọ́n ní kó gbogbo àwọn tó vote fún Tinubu ọ̀tọ̀ 20 kódà gbogbo àwọn tó vote fún Tinubu ọ̀tọ̀ 20 million gbogbo election Nigeria gbogbo 30 million ó ní ká dúró after tó bá ṣe rè bí àwọn Peter Obi gan lélẹ̀ gan sẹ̀ nítorí mo tó ti lọ gbélé jáde.
Yorùbá needs to this.
Jàgbàjàgbà ìròrí ẹ̀ bó ṣe dàbí ìtọ́ fi gbá bọ́ọ̀lù.
The Yoruba have a mission sent by God to go and salvage the entire black race from the current enslavement by all the big worlds and current caging by the bigger worlds. People who are envisioning the Yoruba nation I've seen beyond you. I visited Nigeria last in 2015. Before that 2015, when last did you go to Nigeria? So you can't really understand the narrative on ground that Nigeria is a scam, and we have what is called divide and conquer system of government. They divide us, brought in certain elites, empower them with police, give them money to be, you know, to be used against their own people.
Problem. Kí ló kàn àti population kọ́ bá máa support Yorùbá nation kí ni ẹ̀ ní ṣe pẹ̀lú àwa ó dẹ̀ fi máa tọ̀rọ̀ sí prof lẹ́nu ṣá bàbá tó rí ẹ̀dá àbí tó fi ń gbá basketball náà pẹ́ basketball ẹ̀ máa ń gbá l'Amẹ́ríkà níbo làwọn àbá àròpọ̀ ti lórí lọ́tí lọ gbélé jáde báyìí ẹ lọ gbé wọ́n Nàìjíríà máa kó máa kákù bàbá wa ọlọ́mọ ayọ̀ tí mò sínú zoom lálẹ́ yìí a ti fọ́ gbogbo ẹ̀ nígbà máa ní kí bàbá lọ sùn kọjá kí n máa dá lóhùn one bastard ó ń jà fún Amẹ́ríkà wọ́n ń pa wá ní Nàìjíríà òun náà ń jà fún Amẹ́ríkà ó ṣe jà fún Yorùbá láti Amẹ́ríkà one bastard òrórí ẹ̀bùrọ̀dé àbẹ̀rẹ̀ àwọn tó fi ń gbá bọ́ọ̀lù ó dẹ̀ lóun ọmọ Èkìtì bó ọmọ Èkìtì wo lélẹ̀ mo tẹ àwọn reason tó ń kàn stress bàbá ẹ̀ reason tó ló ẹ̀ ṣe máa ń fara sẹ́yìn náà díẹ̀díẹ̀ ni Ọlọ́run yọ wọ́n tí mo sì ní zoom a máa fọ́ gbogbo ẹ̀ lójú lálẹ́ yìí.
Of savaging the entire black race through the Yoruba vision and Yoruba effort, and that is why today we are commending the effort of our father Baba Akintoye because he is a vanguard who is leading us boldly.
àbẹ́rẹ́ bó ṣe ń twist bàbá ṣá lórí ọ̀rọ̀ bàbá professor ẹ̀ nígbà tí ẹ bá àṣírí kan wà níbẹ̀ tí ó fẹ́ gbé jáde ọ̀rọ̀ ní kí bàbá yẹn jẹ́ tó wà intelligent bàbá yẹn ti mọ bí bàbá Akíntóyè ti mọ bí tó ń lọ náà bàbá yẹn ti mọ bí tó ń lọ wọ́n ràn wá ní definitely èmi ò tẹ̀ máa tó lọ invite ọ̀nà senator lamẹ́ríkà senator òṣèlú ní lamẹ́ríkà senator tó ń jà torí àwọn dúdú Amẹ́ríkà nínà kò jà fún dúdú kínní náà ti Yorùbá náà bẹ́ẹ̀ ni Azeez mad people all over the place ara àwọn tí mo máa ń sọ fún mo sọ fún pé àwọn wèrè pọ̀ sẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n tó ti lọ fa ilé ìjáde ọ̀pọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ọ̀pọ̀ tó kún Amẹ́ríkà kún Europe yes sir actually yeah anything as usual.
Yes sir, thank you very much.
ẹ ṣé mo dúpẹ́ bàbá wa.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni máa stress bàbá mi níbi ìbàṣẹ. kí ló sọ jàre ń rìn we are tired of Nigeria those three people can move to Nigeria when Yoruba nation is for bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ó dẹ̀ wá ń twist ó fi máa twist orí wa ní bíbà ṣé àwa ọmọ náà ń ṣe.
I interview him and he has never go against Yoruba nation. I've never heard that from him. Thank you. Maybe it's a misinterpretation into your own mindset. No, I've never heard that. We spoke, not today, not this year. And he has never. And if he wants to rephrase that, if he wants to tell me right now that he wants to tell me that, no, I'm lying, that what he is doing is against the Yoruba nation. Let him say that by himself to all Yoruba descendants now. For us to hear from him directly, that is what I want to say. So, because I have a question for our Baba before we have him to go. No, before your question, I can say that that speaker didn't know me at all. That's Baba, Professor Panyakitoye didn't answer that question for him. No, he didn't know what brought us here today. Yeah.
Tó fẹ́ bá wa lọ bá Biden sọ̀rọ̀ ni they brought him from here today.
If you know what even brought us here today,
kí ló brought
say what you have said.
Kí ló brought yín? Kí ló dé tán lè sọ? Òró ti ń bínú, èèyàn bíi dípọ̀ ní tìrì lélẹ́yìí o, ẹ̀rí ó ti ń bínú, ọ̀rẹ́ orí ẹ̀ borí Ọlọ́run máa yọ bàbá yìí tí mo sínú zoom lálẹ́ yìí, orí ẹ̀ ni máa fi gbá bọ́ọ̀lù lálẹ́ ìwà láì, bomb bastard. Koikimedia jẹ́ wèrè àbẹ́rẹ́ tó tún bínú ṣá èèyàn bí dúpọ̀ ní tìrìbà lélẹ̀ kẹ́ àbẹ́rẹ́ tó tún wà challenge bàbá Ògúnríbidó.
Everybody's view.
ṣèbí òun béèrè question ní sí ẹ̀rí jẹ́rí pé òun ò lè take ẹ̀ ní sí ó ń béèrè question lọ́wọ́ bàbá Akíntóyè bàbá ń dá lóhùn òun ó ń béèrè question ní sí àbẹ́rẹ́ bó ṣe ranjú bí ọ̀bọ ó dàbí bàbá Obj àbẹ́rẹ́ bó ṣe ń bínú ní sí ṣá. This is what we are saying. Ẹ ṣé jàre grandma Felicia.
Professor Banji Akintoye, thank God, the man is here today. He can say that is totally wrong. And it's true. I am for Yoruba nation. Baba knows that.
You are not for Yoruba nation, Mama Afin and Kawaje.
And then
You are for Yoruba nation. Bí dúpọ̀ ní tìrì náà ṣe wá sọ fún wa nìyẹn kó òun fẹ́ Yoruba nation. Tó tún wá lọ gbómìnira jáde tó yorúkọ Yoruba nation sọ dé òmìnira. Ìbéèrè gan nísìnyí ẹ jẹ́ máa kẹ́ anyway náà láyé ó tẹ̀lé wá sórí platform tiwa náà èpè ló máa gbà. Ṣùgbọ́n àwọn ilé ìmàdé nísìnyí ló máa ní gbélé àti lọ́ọ̀yà olórí burúkú charge and bail tó wà ní Amẹ́ríkà yẹn lẹ́kàn. Ẹ wọ́n jọ ń ṣiṣẹ́ nísìnyí because bí àwọn tó ń bá bàbá Adéníran ṣiṣẹ́ lélẹ̀ gan nísìnyí who knows.
And before I said that, let me again say to Baba Ibundoli.
A lè gbélé wá sórí program wa èpè ló máa gbà lọ́dọ̀ tiwa níbí ìgbà Ọlọ́run. 100% wo túpẹ́ sọ dúpọ̀ ní tìrì sọ jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ kó sọ́tọ̀.
Even knows exactly what brought us here today. We don't have said that at all. I can let you. And if you can testify it, Baba Professor Ajagitoye, can you please?
Ìjáyà bí ẹnìkan ló ti máa gbọ́ nǹkan tó ń sọ mò ń gbọ́ ẹ̀gbọ́n òsókè mo ti mute wọn láwọn jáde. Mute tọ̀dọ̀ tiẹ̀ Ìjáyà mo ń gbọ́ yín ẹ̀gbọ́n mi. Ìjáyà mute tọ̀dọ̀ yín náà sẹ́. Mo ń gbádùn yín.
Ìmọ̀lẹ̀ ti ní wèrè tó sọ̀rọ̀ yìí.
Bomb bastard máa ní kẹ Ọlọ́run ló ní pé mò ń sí ní Zoom yẹn. Ìjà la máa jà kúrò bẹ́ẹ̀ gbogbo ẹni máa fọ́ lójú lálẹ́ Ọlọ́run.
Àwọn ọ̀fẹ́ ṣì mọ́. Àfẹ́ lọ rẹ̀ yẹ̀ báyìí mọ́.
Àbẹ́rẹ́ wo tó ń sọ látẹ̀kọ́ ṣá.
Àfẹ́ kúlẹ̀ bá dìdìrì sílẹ̀bà wẹ̀rẹ̀ sílẹ̀bà ìkàtọ̀kù sílẹ̀bà ìkàtọ̀kù sílẹ̀bà ìkàtọ̀kù sílẹ̀bà kúlẹ̀ Amẹ́ríkà ọgbà wà fà oníkàwé àdìyẹ.
Àbẹ́rẹ́ tó ń sọ ṣá. Àwọn aláàbò àwọn wọ́ọ̀dù ìjà ọ̀tọ̀ àgbọ̀dọ̀ wà kẹ́kù.
Ilé ìjọba pọ̀ nínú nípìn ẹ̀jẹ̀ tó bọ́ síbẹ̀ eléyìí kà bá sí yín fídíò tí.
Já gbọ́ bàbá mo ń bọ̀ já sáré gbọ́ bàbá máa pẹ́ padà my brother ẹ ṣe sùúrù já gbọ́n tí bàbá fẹ́ sọ náà.
And the elite do it.
Ọlọ́run máa ṣàánú wa kẹ̀ ẹ já gbọ́n tí bàbá fẹ́ sọ fẹ́ tó gbẹ́ pọ̀ àgbẹ̀ pọ̀ ní sí. Yé interfere pẹ̀lú bàbá olórí burúkú máa yí kẹ̀.
Now you said Buhari gave 3.5 million to a number of people in every.
Ẹ jẹ́ ká gbọ́ bàbá náà yín tẹ́tẹ́ pé ẹ ṣe sùúrù.
Only the Yoruba governors didn't discuss this money to their people.
Ọlọ́run máa ṣàánú wa kẹ̀ nínú ìrìnàjò ìfẹ́. Bọ́lá tún ti lọ gbélé jáde báyìí lálẹ́.
There was no government anywhere in Nigeria who discussed the money.
Okay, Daddy.
That's the culture of Nigeria. It is that culture, insensitive governance that we Yoruba are running.
Ẹni sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ jẹ́ kí prof sọ̀rọ̀ kan gbogbo ìtàn tó pè.
No Yoruba man can do that among us in our own country. It's not possible. So we need our country to be able to live the life that we have chosen from God, the life of respect for our people, the life of sensitivity to the needs.
Mr. Akinola, there's a purpose for this program.
Working to improve the
quality of life. Báwọn Senator America sọ̀rọ̀ àbí.
When our elders
ẹ má tanra yín bí Dúpẹ́ náà máa ṣe dé ní ìtẹ́nu ẹ̀ dùn tí Dúpẹ́ náà ẹ jẹ́ kí bàbá sọ̀rọ̀ tán kí tó sọ̀rọ̀ náà.
What is the one major thing that happened in those meetings?
Thank you, Baba. Okay, thank you, Prof.
Everything about improving the quality of the life of the people.
Thank you, Dad. Let me talk.
Ṣẹ̀gbọ́n ẹ bó ṣe interject. Let me talk. Very rude. Kọjá kó ń sọ̀rọ̀. Kò tẹ̀ yẹ kí bàbá yẹn land.
Àwọn obìnrin tó ń tajà lọ́jà tó máa jèrè owó ẹ̀ lọ́lé.
Àmọ́ bí wọ́n tún ti lọ gbélé jáde bá Ọlọ́run àṣàánú wa.
Kàkà wá máa bèèrè yẹn lọ́wọ́.
Ẹ jẹ́ kí n sọ̀rọ̀.
They make sacrifices actively. That's the kind of.
Thank you. Let me talk.
That is what Pharaoh did in Ibadan, in the Western region.
Thank you.
Wake up in the morning.
A máa gba kọ́ọ̀ ní ibẹ̀ ṣe sùúrù náà jẹ́ kí nǹkan sọ lọ́rùn rẹ̀. Gbogbo ẹ̀ tẹ́ ń pè yẹn lè wọlé nísìnyí torí pé program yẹn ṣì ń lọ.
Even more than 100%, even more than 100%. yẹ yín náà.
Kò sí nǹkan kan tó yé wọn tó yé jàre. Kókó jágbàjàgbà lọ kí ló yẹ tó yé wọn. Òfin lọ́ba bàbá Biden sọ̀rọ̀ ni.
Wá síbi lè ní torí pé mo wà 100% more than that, more than the Yoruba nation support wá síbi lè ní which you yourself know, correct that, correct no that.
Èyí tí Dúpẹ́ Onítìrì sọ náà nìyẹn.
Hello prof, ẹ jẹ́ kí n pa àwọn èèyàn lẹ́rìn.
Ẹ̀rín wo ló fi pa wá? One bastard. Orí ẹ̀ ló dàbí basketball.
Tí ẹ̀yin àti àwọn professor Wálé nínú àṣìṣe rẹ̀ ten pop champagne. Àmọ́sọ̀ nílẹ̀ o. Ta ló wà ní genesis of popping your champagne, sir? Who is the genesis of popping your champagne?
Well, doctor.
No.
The authorities of a particular great country ask through you to me that I should write a justification for the Yoruba nation. Why the Yoruba nation? Why is Nigeria no longer good enough for the Yoruba nation?
Bàtà wa collect tó bá wa collect nǹkan kí ni ká wá sí.
One of the best things I've ever written.
Abẹ́rẹ́ tó lè tún gbé jáde náà lálẹ́ báyìí. Ọlọ́run máa ṣàánú wa báyìí.
People to whom it was sent liked it tremendously. And we got the information that they
Kí ló wà classify kókó jágbàjàgbà?
Mr. Fotayo Oguribido, I'm 100%, more than that. Okay,
thank you. That one has been cleared. Doctor, that one has been cleared. I want to say this too. We are the moderator here, and we want to thank my secretary, Oguribido, for give out his opinion, which is very good. And that is what Baba is saying about Yoruba people. We love ourselves. We say it and it is. So I thank God for the life of our Baba. And God bless you. More wisdoms are our age. Now, Baba and Doctor, there is something that is going on that I want us to look into now. Spokesperson for Baba in abroad, listen, sir. There is, sometimes we may say it's just a threat, it's just a fallacy, it's just this, it's just that. But we Yoruba, there is a way we digest things. We don't just come out and say, God give us that wisdom and ability to think. We are critical thinkers. Now, there is this first message that linked out, Baba, that says, some people gather themselves together that, okay, we want to go and train. And when we train these social people, they will go after social people, they will continue killing them in the name of Yoruba nation. So now, is Yoruba nation two or is one? So, sir, I want you to tell your children all over the world that, do you know anything about these people that is gather themselves together to go and train the killers to go after your children in Yoruba land, or to go after, even they said it, that they can even go after the elite politicians to kill them in the name of Yoruba nation? Baba, what do you know about this, sir?
Yeah, thank you very much. I thank you for asking this question, because it gives me an opportunity to speak to the Yoruba nation about this whole situation.
Yes, sir.
There is a story going around, but we are, as servants of the people, we must not discountenance any story. The story is that some people have gone to some place outside Nigeria, gathered some people, trained them, armed them, and are marching them to Yoruba land to come and fight the government of Tinubu and so on. We don't have enough time to examine. Well, we have our own method for finding out things. We have our own intelligence system, but we don't have time to wait because we don't know whether it is true or not true at this point. So what I have done this afternoon is that I've sent out an audio message to all Yoruba people that some people are reported to be planning this. Two things, a number of things I want to say about that. First, we don't know whether it is true or not true. Secondly, we who are really fighting for the Yoruba nation are not part of it. Just as we were not part of the season of radio station 3 or 4 weeks ago that led a number of young people into serious crime. We were not part of it. We are not part of it. In 2019 to 2020, when we were starting this struggle, I sat down and wrote a 35-page manual for conducting this struggle. It says very categorically over and over again that we are going to achieve our purposes by peaceful and law-abiding means. That we will not go into violence, that we will not encourage our people to go into violence, that even when we rally in the streets, it shall be peaceful. And we have kept to our word. Part of what I said in that document is that we are looking for a situation where we, Yoruba, will get out of Nigeria and we will not be enemy to any of the people we leave behind. So that our neighbors for the rest of time will be peaceful, friendly neighbors and never hostile neighbors. Those are the things that, so anybody who is gathering something somewhere abroad and so on says he's going to fight the government of Nigeria, is going to, whoever it is, he or she is doing for himself or herself alone. And there is something I want to add now. From the beginning, all this attempts to divide and destroy the self-determination movement, there were suspicions among us that that the people who are trying to do it were sent to go and do it, were paid to go and do it, to destroy the self-determination struggle. Now, I think we have the proof. If it is true that they have gathered some people at a little army and they are bringing them to Yoruba land in order to fight the Tinubu government and so on and so forth, then we now know that because the persons that we know cannot do that on their own. The woman we know doesn't have the capability to do that. She's a semi-illiterate after all. She doesn't know the world. All the noise she's making is a lie. She doesn't know enough to go and create a mercenary army. But if the people who sent her to come and destroy our struggle are unhappy that she has failed, because she has failed now, they may want to come and do it themselves. They may want to come and try and do it themselves. They may gather a mercenary force to come and do it. But that does not exculpate her. It doesn't mean she's not part of the plan. She's part of the plan. She agreed in the first place to come and disrupt the Yoruba self-determination struggle. She has been doing everything imaginable to disrupt and destroy it. Now, if it is true that these people, some people are bringing an army, a mercenary army, to come and attack Yoruba land and attack the federal government of Nigeria on Yoruba soil, then we know at last that there is some powerful people behind this young woman, that they are the people who have been financing her, and that since she has now failed, they want to come forward and do it themselves. That's the situation. So I'm warning all Yoruba people at home and abroad. This is the time for us to close rounds. All this Hambura Wakakri and checking in organization to do that, it doesn't work now. The Yoruba people must throw away this disease of disunity that we have got out of Nigeria. and begin to unite now very, very seriously in order to defend our land and take our freedom from Nigeria. We can do it, but we will do it in a law-abiding and peaceful manner. And we are not going to leave any hostile neighbors behind. All the people we have lived with in Nigeria for 100 years are going to end up being friendly, peaceful, friendly neighbors of the Yoruba nation that is coming. That is it. So I don't say to the person or persons who are planning to bring a mercenary army to Yoruba land, bring it on. We are going to meet you. We won't even wait for the federal government to send any army to come and throw you out. We ourselves will throw you out. It's as simple as that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That is brilliant response. And but this will not go without interpreting into the Yoruba language that we are that we are being.
Sorry,
Alaji Alagbala, can you please rephrase that in mother's tongue, sir? Thank you.
Ẹ ṣe bàbá òrùkọ yìí, mo rò pé ohun tí bàbá sọ kọ́lọ́run kí ó lọ́ra ẹ̀mí wọn fún wa. Òun ní nípa wuyewuye tí à ń gbọ́ pé àwọn kan wọ́n ti lọ gba àwọn ajagunta láti wá fi ipá gba ìjọba láti gbé àwọn tí àwọn ti yàn sí orí ìjọba pé wọ́n ti gba ilẹ̀ Yorùbá gẹ́gẹ́ bí gbogbo wa ṣe ń gbọ́. Àkọ́kọ́ ni pé a gbọ́ ni o, a ò gbà, a ò dẹ̀ mọ̀. Bàbá ní ṣé òdodo ni, ṣé irọ́ ni? Ó ti jẹ́ pé ó ní ọ̀nà tí àwa náà fi ń lo ìfúnmúfúnlẹ̀ àwọn tí a ń pè ní ọ̀tẹlẹ̀múyẹ́ tiwa. Ṣùgbọ́n àsìkò tí gbogbo ẹ̀ jáde yìí, a ò tí ì rí nǹkan pàtó kankan mú. Àwọn kan ní bẹ́ẹ̀ ni, àwọn kan ní kí àwọn ṣe ìwádìí síwájú. Ó rí bẹ́ẹ̀ o, kò rí bẹ́ẹ̀ o. Bàbá ní ó dàbí pé àsìkò ti tó tí àwa tá a wà lórí ìjàngbara Yorùbá kí á sọ̀rọ̀ nítorí pé oko kì í jẹ́ ti bàbá tọmọ kó mọ̀ làálàá, àti pé torí tọmọ bá lè dáràn gbogbo ẹ̀yin ọmọ Yorùbá tó ṣe bí òwe mo la ṣe ń sọ ọmọ lórúkọ. Àkọ́kọ́ ni pé ìdájú wà àti àkọsílẹ̀ pé àwa tá à ń tẹ̀lé bàbá Akíntóyè láti bí ọdún 4 sẹ́yìn ni wọ́n ti kọ kí ni mo fẹ́ pe manifest ìwé àtẹ̀jáde pélébé kan tó jẹ́ bí oní 35 page lórí pé ìwé ìtọ́sọ́nà ẹ ṣe oní àwẹ̀ ẹ̀yà ẹ̀sọ́ 35 márùnlélọ́gbọ̀n tí ó fi hàn wá pé ìlànà owó gan ni bàbá wa fẹ́ ká tẹ̀lé láti dé ibi tí à ń lọ yìí. Ìlànà tí a dẹ̀ là kalẹ̀ ní ìlànà méjì. Àkọ́kọ́, ìlànà tó bá òfin mu. Yálà òfin àgbáyé ni o, àbí òfin ìlú tá a tiẹ̀ ṣì wà níbẹ̀ nísìn. Ìní, ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kejì, òun ni ìlànà alálàáfíà tá a pè ní peaceful means. So anything tó bá ti lòdì sí méjèèjì, ẹ rí pé àgbégbèsẹ̀. Wọ́n á wá béèrè pé ẹnu lẹ fi sọ, ẹ fún wa lẹ́rìí pé bẹ́ẹ̀ ni. Ẹ̀rí ti wà nǹkan tá a ti ń ṣe láti bí ọdún 4, àtìgbà tá à ń ṣe rálì o, àtìgbà tá à ń káàkiri o, àtìgbà tá à ń lọ bá United Nations, a ò rígbà kan tí a pé àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá nation wọ́n ṣe rálì wọn o, wọ́n pààyàn. Àfi táwọn ará àwọn ìjọba àbí agbèfọ́ba Nàìjíríà bá tún kọjú ìjà láìtọ́ sí àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá nation tó dẹ̀ jẹ́ pé táwọn bàbá wa máa sọ náà ni pé ẹ fi wọ́n sílẹ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bí èyí tó ṣẹlẹ̀ lọ́jọ́ta wọ́n pa ọmọ Yorùbá nation ni. Wọn ò yìnbọn kan báyìí fọlọ́pàá rí, wọn ò sun police station kan báyìí rí láti ìgbà tá a ti ń ṣe, nítorí pé ọmọọba kì í jagun bí ẹrú. Ẹ̀yin èèyàn wa, afẹ́kẹ́ mọ̀ pé ọ̀tọ̀ lógún o, ọ̀tọ̀ dẹ̀ ni à ń dà lóru. Ogun ò dàbí iyán, kò dàbí ọkà. Ẹni tó bá ń fẹnu pé ogun tó gún bá dé èèyàn máa ń jà ni. Ṣùgbọ́n ká tó jà, wọn Yorùbá a mọ̀ tá à ń torí ẹ̀jà. Ọ̀rọ̀ yìí ò tí ì dogun, kò tí ì dọ̀tẹ̀. Àti pàápàá ṣé bí ìjọba kan ló wà ń bẹ̀ wọ́n yàn wọ́n síbẹ̀ ni. Ìlànà yìí làwọn bàbá wa ń ṣe. A dẹ̀ ń bá àwọn èèyàn sọ̀rọ̀ káàkiri ayé. ṣùgbọ́n ó ṣe ní láàánú pé a rí nínú àwọn wa tí wọ́n sọ pé àwọn náà ń jà fún òmìnira ilẹ̀ Yorùbá. Àwọn ìgbésẹ̀ wọn láti bí ọdún kan ó ti tako ìlànà àwọn bàbá wa tí wọ́n pilẹ̀ṣẹ̀ kínní yìí o. Bàbá wa sọ pé tó bá jẹ́ pé ìgbésẹ̀ yìí tòótọ́ ni, ọ̀rọ̀ méjì la fẹ́ sọ nípa ẹ̀. Àkọ́kọ́ ni pé a ò mọ̀ bóyá òdodo ni àbí irọ́ ni, ṣùgbọ́n ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kejì tó bá wá jẹ́ pé òdodo ni, ó wá fi ojú hàn gbangba báyìí pé ọ̀rọ̀ àhesọ kan tí àwọn kan nú wa tán ti ń rí pé àbí wọ́n rán àwọn ẹni yìí wá ni láti wá ba nǹkan tá à ń ṣe jẹ́. Ó dàbí ẹni pé tí wọ́n bá ń gbèrú ìgbésẹ̀ yìí lẹ́yìn ti rédíò tó ṣẹlẹ̀ níbàdàn, a jẹ́ pé tòótọ́ lọ̀rọ̀ yẹn. Kí ni díẹ̀? Ká lè ṣàlàyé díẹ̀. Òun ni pé irú ìgbésẹ̀ yìí òun ni àwọn ọmọ Ìgbò gbé tó di pé wọ́n yìnbọn sọ́lọ́pàá, wọ́n fi proscribe IPOB pé terrorist organization ni wọ́n. Àbí èròǹgbà àwọn ẹni yìí ni, nítorí pé ẹ jẹ́ ká wò ó, tí ìbá ṣe pé ọpọlọ èèyàn ò kú. Nàìjíríà, how many military personnel ló wà Nàìjíríà? Àwọn ajagun tayín tẹ́ fẹ́ lọ kó wá mélòó ni wọ́n? Wọ́n fẹ́ pé 5,000 ni. Wọ́n bá fẹ́ pé 5,000, wọ́n lè gba Ìdúmọ̀tà láàrin wákàtí méjì kí Nàìjíríà tó bù wọ́n pẹ̀lú 30,000 military. Nàìjíríà ṣe kékeré. Àpò tó wà ń bẹ̀ òun náà ló jẹ́ káwa ní ká dá dúró. Tí Nàìjíríà bá ṣe tó yẹ kán ṣe, Boko Haram gbọ́dọ̀ má dààmú wọn. Ṣùgbọ́n wọn ní ṣe tán ṣe, ìyẹn làwọn Yorùbá ṣe ní. Àwọn náà polè wájà kan polóko wá mu. Tí Nàìjíríà bá dúró déédéé, wọn iṣẹ́ ìlú kékeré l'Áfíríkà o. Ìlú tó máa kojú Nàìjíríà ká tó ní èèyàn lọ gba èèyàn 200 kan kó wá dàlú. Nàìjíríà lẹ fi ń sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. Aráàlú nìkan ló lè dìde ìpè àṣemọ́ tí ìjọba ọ̀dẹ̀ láàyè àti kọjú ìbọn sí wọn. Àfikún sọ pé kọ́ lọ dá lọ. Ìlànà yìí làwọn bàbá wa ń tọ̀. Bàbá sọ pé àwọn sọ pé ẹ má ṣe rálì, ẹ má ṣe rálì. Jẹ́ ká wá lọ kó bọ̀ ni. Rálì, ìjọba ò gbọdọ̀ dojú ìbọn kọ àwọn èèyàn tó ń ṣe peaceful rally. Wọ́n ṣe ní lẹ́kí wọ́n paná ni, ṣùgbọ́n tá a bá pọ̀, ìyẹn ọ̀rọ̀ another time. Ní ṣókí, ìkéde wa wáyé látẹnu bàbá yìí pé àwa tá à ń ṣe lè ya àmọ́ nǹkan kan nípa ẹ̀. Àti pé pẹ̀lú pàápàá, wọ́n fòkó mi dáná, ìjọ kan ló mọ̀. Pàálẹ̀ kìíní pàálẹ̀ kejì. Àwa Yorùbá nation lẹ fẹ́ sọ lórúkọ. Tí àwọn èèyàn kan bá wá tí wọ́n da ilẹ̀ Yorùbá rú, àbí tí wọ́n da àlàáfíà ilẹ̀ Yorùbá, tí wọ́n pa àwọn èèyàn tá à ń jà fún lára. Àwa gọ́gọ́ pápá wà ní dúró de ìjọba mọ́lọ́tẹ̀. Fúnra ara wa gan-an òun la máa tì wọ́n síta pé ẹ má bàlú wa jẹ́. Ó yẹ kó ti yé yín jù bóyá sọ lọ. Àbọ̀rọ̀ òun la sọ fọmọlúàbí. Tó bá dénú ẹ̀, àdòdìdì ẹ ṣé mo dúpẹ́ o.
Ẹ ṣé, God bless you, sir. Wow. That's why I love this, my Alhaji. I will send one ram to you next year or next year. I go send them. No, that one will be promised. I just dey talk am. Now, Dr. Akiyemi Agbede, I want to hear your point of view on this, but it goes this way as a question. Do you support the Yoruba nation ethnicity to go violent or to take it peacefully? Which, because some people say, no, power is not given. You can just, you need to come up with ammunition and everything, scatter everything, then you'll be able to quickly take your nation. That is how it should be. So what do you think, sir?
That's a question. Now, Yoruba nation, peacefully, and it's looking at the now underground, peacefully. That's the normal way of taking it peacefully. And when they give assurance, people see me. I'm back in here 100% peacefully. So what do you need? Because when I say peacefully, that's the only way. And give you 100% assurance.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Dr. Kabi, I will throw it back to you because Dr. Akiyemi Agbede and Baba needs to leave right now. So, next, if we, Dr. Akiyemi Agbede, there is a question I'm supposed to ask you. It's Akiyemi Agbede, Mr. Akiyemi Agbede.
Dr. Akínyẹmí ibi tó àbáròpọ̀ àwọn èèyàn wá láti ibi tó kù pé Yorùbá ní kẹ́ fi ṣe o.
Okay, sir.
Pé ìwọ̀nba tó kù pé kẹ́ sọ Yorùbá táwọn ẹ ṣe.
Okay, sir. Bàbá wa Dr. Akínyẹmí Àgbẹ̀dẹ.
Àgbà kọ̀ láwà lórí program.
Nítorí àkókò wa, ẹ̀yin náà fẹ́ lọ sí meeting.
Àwà lórí program àgbà kọ̀.
Ọ̀rọ̀ sínétọ̀ tìlú Amẹ́ríkà kì í ṣe owó kékeré náà wọ́n ná. A jẹ́ pé mílíọ̀nìyà ní àwọn gánmọ̀ wá kalẹ̀ fún ká gbowó lọ́wọ́ yín nìyẹn. Àbí Obama nígbà tó Obama sà nígbà tó fẹ́ ṣe kínní títí kan àwọn ọmọ kéékèèké bíi sílè kan sílè méjì sílè mẹ́ta gbogbo ẹ̀ náà dájọ́ ńgbà náà lọ́hùn. Ọgbọ́n wo lẹ́yìn dá sí ti ké sí gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá tó bá yẹ.
A sọ pé even thank God pé bàbá wa wà bí náà sí gbogbo ẹgbẹ́ ìjà nítorí òótọ́ kò sí òbí kan sọ pé Yorùbá people ẹjọ́ at least ẹni ìdèyàn ní Senate ẹjọ́ ẹni tí Ọlọ́run bá fi sí lọ́kàn láti fi help mi I will much appreciated ṣẹgbọ́n bá sọ pé ẹjọ́ ẹni tí government the rest the whole of it so bàbá prof ẹjọ́ ẹ bá wa ọmọ yín gbọ́dọ̀ débẹ̀ ọmọ yín gbọ́dọ̀ débẹ̀.
Àgọ́ àṣepàdé lórí ẹ̀.
All right. That is powerful. That is powerful. Ẹgbọ́n nǹkan tí bàbá sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn ẹgbọ́n nǹkan tó ń sọ. Àwọn gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń wò wá ní gbogbo àgbáńlá ayé. Ẹnìkan sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan olówó orogbo. Ó ní ó láìka ọkùnrin láti jẹ́ kó má lọ jẹ́ pé àwọn tó ń tẹ̀lé kíní kan kí má dárúkọ ẹ̀. Olóhùn ògbà ẹgbẹ́ ọkùnrin ẹ̀ṣẹ́ àti ìkọ́ lẹ́nu wọn báyìí pé.
Bọ́ ṣe sọ náà nìyẹn gbà tá a gbé ṣe dúpẹ́ onítìrọ̀ sọpọ̀ ọmọ ẹ̀kọ́ lòun.
Ṣé ẹ bá ti mú bẹ̀rí ṣé bó ṣe wà yẹn ṣé bẹ́ẹ̀ ló yẹ kó wà ní. Ẹ jẹ́ kó ọmọdé ò tẹ̀kù dáná kó tó béèrè kó tó pa bàbá ẹ̀ ẹ̀yìn ẹ jẹ́ kán débẹ̀ okùn wọn wà lọ́wọ́ wa a máa bá a ṣe ń fà á. Àbí Dr. Sabi ẹ bá mi dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ bàbá kẹ́ẹ̀dẹ̀ dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ ara lé kẹ́ẹ̀dẹ̀ kí àwọn èèyàn yín tó bá di ọ̀sẹ̀ tó bá tún di ìgbà míì tá a bá fẹ́ pe Dr. Akínyẹmí Àgbẹ̀dẹ. Kéèkì ẹ sọ pé ẹ wà nílé ìdárọ́ngbà náà tẹ́ ẹ̀ nílé padà wá ẹ bá dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ bàbá wa tọ́lọ́run dá wọn sí fún wa títí dòní o ẹ ṣé dókítà.
Ẹ ṣé gan ni mo kí gbogbo lé ẹ kú atótónu láti àárọ̀ kò ní súwà kò ní rẹ̀ wá ní agbára lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run bàbá wa Dr. Àgbẹ̀dẹ ẹ ṣé gan ni ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn ó wọnú ara wọn ni mo mọ̀ pé kò ní tán síbẹ̀ báyìí ó níbi tí Dr. Àgbẹ̀dẹ lọ bó a ti gbọ́ lẹ́nu wọn báyìí wípé 100% làwọn wà bóyá 120 kan la máa fún wọn wípé àwọn ń ṣe ti Yorùbá nation ni wọ́n sọ ti ara tara wọ́n dẹ̀ sọ ti ọkàn tọkàn a dẹ̀ ti ń gbọ́ nínú àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ tó máa ń bá wa sọ tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ náà bọ̀ interview tèmi ó ní ó wọnú ara wọn bákan àwọn kò fẹ́ wà neutral torí ibi tán ti fẹ́ lo interview something yẹn kó máa dàbí wípé àwọn ló ń ṣe tibí tó ń ṣe tòun torí ẹ̀ lọ́n ṣe gbé wa sórí ìrìn jẹ́ kí n lo Yorùbá wọ́n ta kété wọ́n ra ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ nípa àwọn ta kété kán fà wá sórí ìrìn kán fọwọ́ bọ̀ wá lẹ́nu kán fọwọ́ bọ̀ wá nínú tó ti yé yín sìn bọ̀ ó yé wa bọ̀ tí ọ̀hún ṣe torí pé bóyá àwọn support wa ni àbí wọ́n ṣe torí nǹkan míì náà ó yé wa jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ. Kílẹ̀ rí sà?
Ẹ má bẹ̀ tán.
Ṣé ẹ̀ ń sọ̀rọ̀ ni?
À ń gbọ́ yín dọ́kítà.
Ok, á jẹ́ pé bó ṣe jẹ́ nìyí. Gbogbo ẹ̀yin tí ẹ wà nílé tí ẹ darapọ̀ mọ́ wa, a kí yín lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀. Ẹ bá wa táìpẹ̀ síbẹ̀ náà wípé Yorùbá nation ló kó ìgbà kẹ́ bá wa kí bàbá wa Akíntóyè. Prọfẹ̀sà Akíntóyè, a kí yín bàbá wa ẹ pẹ́ fún wa ní agbára lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run. Ẹ ṣé gan ni fún àwọn nǹkan tí ẹ tún mú ẹnu bà ní ọwọ́ tí ètò fẹ́ kásẹ̀ ńlẹ̀ yìí. So that àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá wọ́n ti fẹ́ gbọ́ látẹnu yín báyìí kan rí wípé ẹ̀yin náà lẹ tún ṣàlàyé wípé àwọn home media ọ̀ bóyá wa tí a wà ní diaspora pé a lọ́wọ́ a mẹsẹ̀ nínú gbogbo nǹkan tí ìrìnfìrì tí à ń gbọ́ yìí bóyá wọ́n fẹ́ lọ kó ajagun ta ọ̀ ajagun balẹ̀ ọ̀ whatever wọ́n fẹ́ lọ kó wá wípé àmọ́ nǹkan kan nínú ẹ̀ oníkàlùkù ó dàbí pé oníkàlùkù ló wá ń ṣe tiẹ̀ báyìí. Sódà tó bá délẹ̀ á lè mọ̀ wípé àwọn bí wọ́n ṣe kò ń ṣe àwọn gẹ́gẹ́ bọ́n ṣe mọ̀ wá wípé gẹ́gẹ́ bá wọ́n ṣe fún wa lórúkọ àwọn bàbá Kútọnu àwọn ọmọ ìfẹ́ àwọn bàbá Kútọnu kọ́ ló wà nídìí irú nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ kọ́lọ́run kó ṣe dáadáa fún wa àwọn bàbá Kútọ̀nù náà kọ́lọ́run jẹ́ kán pẹ́ fún wa àwọn bàbá Kútọ̀nù táwa náà ń tẹ̀lé táwa ní abẹ́ umbrella wọn ọlọ́run ò ní tì wọ́n lójú ọlọ́run ò dẹ̀ ní gbà wọ́n lọ́wọ́ wa ní kíákíá báyìí abẹ́ ọlọ́run kọ́lọ́run jẹ́ tẹ̀yìn ọlá yín kó túbọ̀ fún wa bàbá máa yọ̀ǹda yín ẹ̀yin ẹ lè lọ sùn báyìí láti ẹ̀sìgbà kókó yín púpọ̀ ní alẹ́ ìbẹ́ náà la kí bàbá wa Dr. Àgbẹ̀dẹ náà God bless you sir. Bíbá ẹ̀ la máa mú ètò sí lọ́jọ́ làwọn mẹ́tò wálẹ̀ sí lọ́jọ́ ọjọ́ oníyanṣe ọlọ́kàṣe ẹ̀yin tí ẹ̀ dúró jẹ́ gan akíyẹ ẹjọ́ ẹ bá wa láìkì ètò yìí ẹ jẹ́ ká rí láìkì ibẹ̀ ẹ bá wa láìkì ìkéde bá wa ṣí ẹ̀ tó dàtí àwọn tó kù tí ní àǹfààní.
lọ́wọ́ bá bẹ́ẹ̀ ti rẹ bọ́dì báyìí ẹ ká sọ gbẹ di ọ̀la ohun tí kò máa sọ ni pé alàgbà tó lọ gbé wá yẹn definitely mission mi ló bá wá there's no doubt about it in my mind mission tó bá wá ó yàtọ̀ sí mission táwa gbé dání it's a complete different mission but ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ ṣe ní kíákíá torí ó ti rẹ bọ́dì ẹ go straight to the point less than 2 minutes mo ń gbọ́ yín ní kíákíá ẹ̀sà ní time kankan tí wà lórí show látàárọ̀ mo ń gbọ́ yín ẹ go ahead straight. ẹ má àgbẹ̀ kankan wá sí bíbá ẹ̀ mo ìgbé wẹ́ àgbà yẹn àgbẹ̀ wá sí bíbá ẹ̀ àgbà ẹgbẹ̀dẹ̀ kankan wá sí bíbá ẹ̀.
ẹ̀yin àtúrò àwọn ọjà yàrá yẹn ló máa lè
àtẹ ní láti gbé wá bá ṣe gbé dúpọ̀ ní tìrẹ wá náà nìyẹn tó lo platform tó máa yá ní sàn án sọ pé àgbé wá sẹ́ ẹ má tún mú yẹn wá so àwọn Yorùbá world media náà nìkan máa gbé lọ sọ́dọ̀ tiwọn kò wá sí bíbá kò wá sí bíbá.
irú nǹkan tó sọ yẹn bàbá máa fẹ́ lo diplomacy àti ọgbọ́n àgbà ìdá lóhùn irú yín majority and exposure òun lè máa dá lóhùn àbí irú ìjayà nǹkan tí mo mí nìyẹn kò ṣe pé ká dúró láti promote ẹ.
ìta bá ti gbọ́ àti promote náà kọ́ nìyẹn ilé ìta show gan ní sí àti bá bọ̀ pẹ̀lú program ni mo tẹ̀ ní show ìgbọ̀nsẹ̀ rẹ níwò ó ti late.
èmi gan bí tẹ́ bá ka comment in fact comment ní bad ẹ̀ka kéèyàn kọ́kọ́ tẹ̀sí lójú torí pé political ambition ẹ̀ ní senate yẹn òun ló fi ta.
problem tẹ̀ ni ọlọ́run àfúnṣe lọ́hùn Amẹ́ríkà ló wà kó máa gbé níbẹ̀ ẹ ṣe gan ẹ̀gbọ́n mi.
ó lè jágbẹ̀dẹ kò lè lọ sí kíkẹ́ náà 15.
ìwọlé láti ẹ ṣe gan
report ni mo ṣe.
no problem. ẹ̀yin èèyàn wa ẹ jẹ́ ká parí ẹ̀ báyìí torí mo ti disturb gbogbo ilé mi báyìí láti 6 o'clock àárọ̀ èmi náà mo ń gba táìmù wọn èmi dẹ̀ mo lo náà lé jù so ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ̀ tí sanwó ná lálẹ́ ẹ̀ ká filẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ torí tí bá tẹ̀ ní kí n response sí àgbẹ̀ kúkúrú àbí whatever tó ń bẹ̀rẹ̀ èpè ló máa gbà lẹ́nu mi wà láì so ẹ jẹ́ ká rọra fi sílẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ká parí ètò yẹn tó bá di ọ̀la àní time láti sọ̀rọ̀ lórí àgbẹ̀dẹ bí ọ̀hún làwọn fi ṣe program láàárọ̀ ni o I don't know yet ó dìgbà tílẹ̀ bá mọ́ bí spirit mi bá ṣe lọ bí ìbá tẹ̀lé sọ̀rọ̀ lórí ẹ̀mọ́ ó ṣàrà wà níbi tó wà yẹn àgbẹ̀dẹ kọ̀ òkòkò ni ẹni tó lọ́lé láti 2015 kó tẹ̀ mọ èèyàn tó ti pa ní Nàìjíríà ó ń sọ nípa George Floyd tó mọ èèyàn tó ti pa lẹ́kìtì Ọlọ́run wà pẹ̀lú ẹ̀ mo kí gbogbo èèyàn wa èèyàn olólùfẹ́ wa òkìrìkà doctor mọ́dàlóhùn sọ̀rọ̀ jàgbàjàgbà lẹ́nu orí ẹ̀ dàbí àwọn tó fi ń gbá basketball Amẹ́ríkà ẹ̀ lórí ẹ̀ bó ṣe rí ẹ̀ lórí ẹ̀ no baseball ni orí ẹ̀ dàbí shape báyìí láti baseball ẹ̀yin tèmi tí bá tẹ̀ wọ́n pé èèyàn ló fi sọ lálẹ́ ẹ̀ bàbá ní mo tẹ̀ ẹnu ẹ̀ ní tí bàbá máa sọ ẹni tí cut it out nípa olórí burúkú onítìrì so mo ti ń upload ẹ̀ so yẹn ni kẹ́ bá wa pín káàkiri mo kí mọ́mí wa ìdívìlà mo kí gbogbo ilé nǹkan sí ó rán ẹ lá máa sun mo ń check out nìyẹn a lè lọ ká má gbọ́ yìí dán sí Ìgbòho lórí tiwa nìyẹn kágbẹ̀dẹ lọ́lé kó lọ fọwọ́ kún Ìgbòho tó kù sí Amẹ́ríkà láti 2015 yíyan bí ẹ̀ tẹ̀ ní bóyá ló máa búlé ẹ̀ mọ́ gan sẹ̀ ìsọnù sí Amẹ́ríkà wà l'Amẹ́ríkà láti Èkó lọ́lé láti 2015.
Ọjà Island àgbà, Navy blue check, Jákàmọ̀.
Ìgbòho ló ń káàkiri báyìí òun jókòó sí Amẹ́ríkà nígbà tí gbòòrò ń pariwo Yorùbá nation. Orin ẹ̀ láwọn aṣọ nípa mi. Mo kí yín bàbá wa Lateef. Orin ẹ̀ láwọn aṣọ orílẹ̀-èdè. Bí a ní Dr. Àgbẹ̀dẹ gan mọ̀ pápá yàn sílé ìgbìmọ̀. Ó rán yẹn láwọn aṣọ yín tèmi. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọ́n mímí comfort ológun jà. Bàbá Akíntóyè address is what we wanted. Àgbẹ̀dẹ is just one of the way. I'm coming down. All right then. Ó rán yẹn láwọn aṣọ shalom shalom. Àní ti ojú oorun lọ sí ibi kó o tún padà bọ̀ lọ́la agbára Elédùmarè. Ẹni tó bá ní kí n má wà wọ́n ni mò ní bá. Good night.